네, 잠시 안내 말씀드리겠습니다. 잠시 후 2023 서울 디자인
Ladies and gentlemen, we will begin the Seoul International Design Forum shortly. I would like to ask all of our participants to please join us inside. Also, I'd like to ask you to check your cell phones and to switch them to silent mode or turn them off. We are providing simultaneous interpretation into Korean and English. For Korean, please press channel 1. For English, press channel 2. When you leave the venue, please leave the interpretation receivers on the chair. Ladies and gentlemen, we will begin the forum shortly. I'd like to ask all participants outside to please join us inside and to take your seats. Thank you.
여러분의 안전을 위해 비상시 대피로를 알려드립니다. 지금 여러분께서 계신 곳은 본관 다목적 홀입니다. 안전
네, 잠시 안내 말씀드리겠습니다.
Ladies and
이제곧
gentlemen, may I have
2023
your
서울
attention,
디자인
please?
국제
The Seoul
포럼을
Design International Forum
시작하겠습니다. 행사장 밖에 계신 참석자
2023 will
여러분께서는
begin
입장해 주시고
momentarily.
자리해 주시면
We kindly
감사하겠습니다.
ask
그리고
everyone to
원활한
take their
행사의
seats.
진행을
Also,
위해서
as a courtesy to the other
휴대전화는
participants,
무음이나
we
바꿔주시면
ask that you turn off your
감사하겠습니다.
mobile phones
오늘
or switch
행사는
it to the silent
한국어, 영어
mode.
동시 통역이
Today,
제공됩니다.
simultaneous
한국어는 채널
interpretation
1번,
will
영어는
be
채널
provided.
2번입니다.
Korean is channel
그리고
1 and
자리를
English is
비우실
channel
때
2 on your
수신기는 자리에 두고
receivers.
이동을 해주시기
And
바랍니다.
also, when
이제
you
곧
are
행사를
leaving
시작하겠습니다.
the
조금만
conference hall,
기다려
please
주십시오.
remember to leave behind the receivers. Thank you.
네, 여러분 안녕하십니까?
Good afternoon,
2023
ladies and
서울 디자인
gentlemen.
국제 포럼에 오신 여러분
I would like
진심으로
to welcome
환영합니다.
everyone to
저는
the
오늘
Seoul
여러분과
Design
함께
International
아나운서
Forum
김하나입니다.
2023. I am the MC for today's event, announcer Kim Ha-na.
네, 서울시는 이 서울 디자인 국제
Today,
포럼을 통해서
we
시민이
bring
원하는
together
서울시
world-class designers,
디자인,
architectures, and
현대와
experts to
미래에
discuss how our city Seoul is
보여드리겠습니다.
currently being
그런데
perceived
너무나
under the vision
당연하다고
of humanizing
생각을
cities, which is seen as an obvious goal but not prioritized. And the Seoul Design International Forum will bring together citizens to discuss the today and future of Seoul City.
세계적인 디자이너와 건축가
And furthermore, we hope that through this forum we will explore public design as an urban alchemist that can promote new experiences in the public realm, create memories, and even strongly drive the city's competitiveness through our collective memory. We hope that this forum will enable our participants to gain deep insight into the role of public design. So with that said, let us now begin the Seoul Design International Forum 2023. Why don't we give each other a big round of applause as we kick off the forum.
네, 고맙습니다. 그러면
Thank you very
먼저
much.
이번 포럼을 빛내주신
Please allow me
분들을
to
한
introduce
분
the distinguished
소개해드릴 텐데요.
guests
여러분
who have joined us
따뜻한
today, and please welcome them with a warm round of applause when I introduce them.
연사분들
I would like to introduce the speakers today.
헤더윅 스튜디오
From
토마스
Heatherwick
헤더윅님을
Studio, we
소개합니다.
have
큰
Mr.
박수로
Heatherwick
환영해 주시기
joining
바랍니다.
us. So please give it up for Mr. Thomas Heatherwick.
네, 다시 한번 큰 박수
Yes,
부탁드립니다.
please give him another big round of applause.
네, 그리고 반시계루
And from Ban
건축사무소의
Shigeru Architecture Design Office, we have Mr. Ban Shigeru joining us. Please welcome him with a warm round of applause.
네, 그리고 코넬
And
대학
also
건축예술대
we have
학장이시자
Dean
하울러의
Yoon
윤
Eugene
아키텍처의
of Cornell
공동대표이신
University AP
윤미진님
and the
환영합니다.
joint CEO of Howler and Yoon Architecture.
그리고 네이버 디자인 앤
And
마케팅
from Naver, heading the
부문장이신
design and
최소현님을
marketing
소개합니다.
department, we have Choi So-hyun joining us.
그리고 유니크굿 컴퍼니의 대표로
CEO
계신
of Unique Good Company,
함께하고
Mr. Song
계십니다.
In-hyuk,
박수
is also
부탁드립니다.
joining us. Please welcome him with a warm round of applause.
그리고 마음 스튜디오의
And the
대표이신
CEO of Maum Studio,
이다루님이십니다.
Mr. Lee Daru, is also joining us. Welcome, sir.
그리고 서울특별시
And
최인규
from
디자인
Seoul
정책관님을
Metropolitan City,
소개합니다.
we have Director General Choi In-gyu of the Design Policy Bureau joining us.
네, 그리고
And
연세대학교
from Yonsei
연구교수
University, we
윤혜경
have
교수님을
Professor
소개해
Yoon
올립니다.
Hae-kyung joining us.
네, 그리고 오늘
And we also
자리를
have
빛내주시는
two
분들입니다.
members
서울시
from the Seoul
도시계획
City Council. They are members of the Urban Planning Committee. I would like to introduce them. First is Councilmember Kim Young-chul. Welcome, sir.
그리고 김용일
And we also
시의원님
have Councilmember Kim Yong-il.
그리고 이경돈
And we
디자인재단
also
대표이사님
have
자리해
head of the
주셨습니다.
Design Foundation, Lee Kyung-don, joining us.
강병근 총괄
And we
건축가님
also
자리해
have
주셨습니다.
architect Kang Byung-gun joining us.
그리고
And
마지막으로
last but not
유창수
least,
행정인
we have
부시장님을 소개해
Yu
올립니다. 박수로
Chang-soo,
환영해
the Vice
주십시오.
Mayor of Seoul Metropolitan City, joining us.
네, 다시 한번 오늘
So once
이
again, on
자리를
behalf
위해서
of our
소중한 시간을
host, I would like to
내주신
thank
모든
everyone
분들께
for joining us this
자,
afternoon.
그러면 이번에는
And
오세훈
now, on behalf
서울특별시장님을
of Mayor
대신해서
Oh Se-hoon
소개해
of
주신
Seoul
윤창수
Metropolitan City,
서울시행정부시장님을
the Vice
개선을
Mayor Yu Chang-soo will
네, 무대로
deliver the
모시겠습니다.
opening
뜨거운 박수로
remarks.
환영해 주시기
Please join
바랍니다.
me in welcoming the Vice Mayor to the stage with a very warm round of applause.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen.
As introduced, I'm Yu Chang-soo, Vice Mayor of the Seoul Metropolitan Government. I am in charge of design and infrastructure in Seoul, and I think that was why I was invited to speak on behalf of the mayor. I would like to thank all citizens who are joining us today and also the distinguished guests for joining us as well. I understand that we are joined by distinguished guests who have made time out of their busy schedules to join us. First of all, I would like to thank Mr. Thomas Heatherwick and also Mr. Shigeru Ban and also Mi-jin Yoon from Cornell University. I would like to also welcome and thank our domestic speakers. I would also like to thank the councilmen who are joining us here today and also the architect of Seoul City, Mr. Kang. I would like to thank you for joining us as well. Today, the theme is Human Design City. This is the theme of the SDIF 2023. In 2002, Seoul pursued the Cheonggyecheon Restoration Project, and we introduced bus lanes. And I think that was when we opened the era of human-centered cities in earnest, and I was part of those projects. And since then, in 2006, Mayor Oh Se-hoon pursued the Gwanghwamun Square project, the Seoul Sangga project, and also the project near Dongdaemun project, the Seoul Renaissance project, the Namsan Renaissance projects. These were all spaces that were open to the citizens, and these were also efforts made to build a human-centered city. So you can say our efforts have continued since then. And then for about 10 years after these projects, it is true that these efforts were stagnant somewhat, and now we are now reviving efforts to build a more human-centered city. The city that we envision is a walkable city. It is a pedestrian-friendly city. It is a city with spaces that are walkable. And we are envisioning a city with gardens, green space, and also design innovation. And we hope to return public space to the citizens. Design and city
디자인된 도시가 이분법적으로
must go together hand in hand.
결국 이 모든 것들은 시민들을 위한 것입니다.
Design and city must come together for the benefit of citizens. The Seoul Metropolitan Government will continue to create more spaces for our citizens. I would like to thank all of you for taking part once again in this forum, and I hope that the discussions today can also give the government, the Seoul Metropolitan Government, a chance to rethink its direction. Thank you.
So
thank you very much for that opening remarks. Vice Mayor, I would like to ask you to remain on the stage because we're going to take a group photo. So first, I would like to invite all the speakers to come forward for the group photo.
자, 우리 부시장님.
So Vice Mayor and the speakers, please come forward and take your places on the stage for a group photo.
네, 서울시는 살기 좋은 도시를 넘어서
Seoul city is not just creating a city that is livable, but it is trying to create a humanized city. So the Seoul Design International Forum 2023 will engage in discussions about how to humanize our cities, and we have world prominent experts joining us who will share their insight and experiences. And before we begin today's main program, we are going to take a group photo together.
그러면 정면에 카메라를 바라봐 주시고요. 네, 촬영하겠습니다. 밝게 웃어 주십시오. 여러분 힘찬 박수 한번 부탁드립니다. 네, 고맙습니다. 자, 저희가 사진을 두 번 더 찍겠습니다.
So we are going to take another picture. So if you can please stay on the stage. We're going to invite the other VIP guests for a second group photo. So I would like to ask all the other remaining VIP guests to come forward to take the group photo. So once again, thank you for joining us despite your busy schedules.
네, 촬영하겠습니다. 정면에 카메라 봐주시고요. 다시 한번 밝게 웃어주시면 감사하겠습니다. 네, 여러분 다시 한번 박수 부탁드립니다. 자, 그림 이제 저희가 마지막으로 한 번만 더 촬영을 하겠습니다. 이번에는 관객분들과 함께 촬영을 하려고
So this time we are going to take
무대 아래로 좀
a
모시도록
photo with the
하겠습니다.
audience. So I would like to ask the speakers and the VIP guests to step down.
Towards attendees and stand facing to the screen. 자, 그리고 우리 관객분들을 등지고 정면 무대를 향해 서주시면
So
저희
when the VIP guests
함께 해주신
and the
관객분들과
speakers
함께
face the stage, we are now going to take a group photo with the audience as well.
네, 더 나은 도시를 만들어가기 위해서 우리는 이렇게 함께 모였고요. 오늘
So we are gathered here to create a better city, and this is indeed a historical moment. So the audience, you will be in the photo, so please smile for our cameras.
자, 그러면 이번에 힘차게 손을 흔들면서 촬영하겠습니다.
So please wave your hand.
자, 밝게 웃으면서 촬영하겠습니다. 네, 마지막으로 한 번 더 파이팅 해볼까요? 네, 2023 서울 디자인 국제 포럼이라고 하면 힘차게 파이팅!
So when I say Seoul Design International Forum 2023, I hope you will all shout fighting.
2023 서울 디자인 국제 포럼 파이팅! 네, 감사합니다. 이것으로 기념 촬영을 모두 마치겠습니다.
So thank you. With this, we will conclude the group photo, and I would like to kindly ask everyone to take their seats again. So Design International from 2023, Humanizing cities will begin momentarily. I would like to once again thank all the participants for their active cooperation.
우리 연사분들, 대리분들 다시 자리에
So once again, I would like to ask the speakers and the VIP guests to take their seats, and there are a few housekeeping announcements. With the Seoul Design International Firm, you can download the program book as well as ask a question to our speakers. If you go to our real-time live streaming YouTube channel, you will be able to download our program book as well as ask questions to our speakers. So please use our live streaming YouTube channel. And aside from the presentations by our speakers, we would also like to get the feedback of the audience. So Seoul Station Square is a public historical space, and we hope that the audience will share with us their feedback on what they would like Seoul Station Square to look like. And I'm sure that many people visited Seoul Station Square to see the exhibition by Mr. Thomas Heatherwick before. So please tell us how you would like to see Seoul Station Square develop in the future, and how you would like to engage with Seoul Station Square. So if you have any ideas or feedback about how to develop Seoul Station Square, please share them with us. And also, as I mentioned before, you can ask our speaker questions, so please leave your questions, and we will try to accommodate your questions to the best of our abilities. We will take your feedback and questions until 4:20, so please keep that in mind. And once again, we ask for your kind participation and interest. So the theme of today's forum is Humanizing Cities. So we have a keynote speech prepared, and then we have two sessions. First session is titled City of Today, and the second session is titled City of Tomorrow. So we have prominent experts from home and abroad joining us, who will share with us their presentations as well as their insight, and then we will have a panel discussion in the end. So please, once again, if you have any questions, we welcome your questions. If we are not able to address your questions during the presentations, we have the panel discussion saved. So during that time, we will be able to answer your questions.
네, 2023 서울 디자인
So Seoul Design International Forum 2023, we will now begin our main program. So as you can see, we are preparing the stage, and I think we are set to begin.
Today's cities are a platform for hyperconnectivity, both offline and online. Today, we are going to think about innovative ideas that we can add to the public realm. So I believe that this is a very significant gathering. I think that perhaps we need a little bit more time to set the stage. We will soon invite our keynote speaker, but I believe we need a little bit more time to set the stage.
네, 앞서 저희가 개회사에서도 들었지만
As we heard in the opening remarks, the reason why we're gathered here today is to build a human-centered city. We want to go beyond building a livable city. The Seoul Design International Forum is held every year under various themes, but the common thread is on how we can build a convenient city for all. So it is about building an inclusive city as well. So today, again, through discussions, I hope that we can gain insight, and I hope that that will all serve as a foundation for building a better tomorrow for all of us.
첫 번째 헤더윅 스튜디오 설립자이신 토마스 헤더윅님의 발표가 기다리고 있는데요.
We will soon be joined by Mr. Thomas Heatherwick, who is our keynote speaker for today. As I mentioned earlier, there is an exhibition by Mr. Heatherwick in front of the Seoul Station Square. And as you probably know, he has many renowned works in many cities across the world. He is known in Korea as the BTS of the architecture world. So now we will go on with our keynote session. The title of Mr. Heatherwick's presentation is Humanizing Our Cities. Again, let me introduce Mr. Heatherwick. He is founder of Heatherwick Studios. Today he will give us a presentation on humanizing cities and on the importance of reflecting emotion in architecture. Please welcome him with a big round of applause.
Thank you for that introduction. I didn't know you were going to say that. It's an honor to be here and a pressure to be asked to speak first. I can't sing and I can't dance just to manage your expectations, but I am passionate about the world around us and the buildings that make the cities that we all live in. And I think we're at a really amazing time in history where, if we choose to, we could make a really interesting shift, but it would take all of us. It doesn't just take property developers and governments and architects. It will only happen if everybody gets more confident about talking about buildings. And I just want to take you all and make you imagine when you walk down and through normal cities, what your experience is. When you're not in a helicopter, you're not flying above, you're just walking down normal cities. I remember as a child going out into new areas of cities that I went to and being amazed that they were so characterless. It seemed that we were having an epidemic of boringness happening around us in the cities. So I'm not going to talk about the insides of buildings. I'm going to talk about the common good, the public rooms that we all share. And cars have dominated a lot. But if we start imagining cities with less cars, and it's all of us there, how do buildings make you feel? And what's the emotion that's connected to that? Because that's a word we haven't used in the world of buildings much. The world of buildings has become very academic. And so it was exciting to read through the city guidelines and see words like joy being used by government officials. You don't think of governments using words like joy. And so when we think about going to a city, we've had this weird situation where when you go to a city and people say, would you like to go to the old bit or the new bit? Almost always people say the old bit. And people are very clever and society has moved forward a long way. And if we took a Victorian woman from 150 years ago and now chatted to them and showed them a satellite and showed them an aeroplane and we showed them our mobile phones, they would be amazed. But when we show them our cities, I think they would probably say, what are you doing? Like, what happened? Because almost everybody I know would rather go to the old bit than the new bit. So what are we doing wrong and what happened? How come buildings have become so flat? and the lumps and bumps on buildings have fallen off, and they're just repeating again and again in your emotional experience. Why do we think these are good? Who says yes? Who thinks this is good for society? And I believe too much time is being spent thinking about the inside for the few people who spend time inside each building, but there are probably 1,000 times more people who experience the outsides of buildings. And buildings can be a giver or a taker. And it feels to me we've had buildings that take from public experience instead of give. And there's an opportunity to turn that round. And this is more serious than a conversation about beauty and if things are nice or not. There's now science that is showing that these soulless buildings are bad for your mental health because they cause stress when you're around them. It's not just that they're not nice. You also take longer to heal in and around buildings of this nature. But you're also more likely to have crime and antisocial behavior in places that people don't love and where there is no visual texture and interest and so much flatness. But we are all aware that there is the climate crisis happening, and that's in our minds. And so it feels like what I'm talking about is surely irrelevant because we have a bigger issue to deal with. But the reality is that the contributors to the climate crisis, such as aviation, and there is a national conversation about whether we should fly to our holidays or not, or stay in our countries, because maybe that's bad for the environment. And in this main 2019 study, the greenhouse gas emissions from aviation industry were 2.1%. But nobody is talking about how the construction industry as a whole, building buildings and running buildings, is 38%. But nobody thinks about that and really talks publicly. There's no public conversation. And so the reason this is a problem is because it comes to a funny word, the word love. Because when people don't love buildings, when they don't mean anything emotionally to people, they're more likely to demolish them. So in the UK, the average age of a commercial building is 40 years. So if I was a commercial building, I would have been killed 13 years ago. In America, they demolish 1 billion square foot of buildings every year. That's like half of Washington, DC, demolished and rebuilt again with buildings that in general are no more human than what they demolish, or less than what they demolish. And we were very lucky to have the chance to do the exhibition that was mentioned at Seoul Station. And thank you to those of you who came. 60,000 people came. And it was, we were so thrilled to have that chance to show things and I hope connect with people. And there was part of the exhibition which asked questions to the visitors from Seoul. And it was interesting. Often the world of building design just talks to the world of building design and wins awards from other people in the world of building design. But we were really interested to hear what not just building designers think. And so there were a series of questions, and we had thousands of answers, more answers than we could even handle. And people got really involved in responding to these. But the answers all were saying similar things. When people were asked which buildings make you feel good just by walking past them, people were saying things like places where history and stories coexist, buildings that connect with nature. You can see the buildings I was showing earlier have virtually nothing of their history virtually no stories, and virtually no connection to nature. When we were asking people which buildings make you feel bad or empty inside when you walk past them, we had many answers that were saying the same thing, that buildings that lack character. Why do buildings need to be grey and serious and joyless? And how does society have the confidence to believe that these very expensive things, and buildings are very expensive, can have the confidence to give joy and maybe mean that somebody might not want to knock them down in 40 years? And I was told that in Seoul, for a while, the commercial buildings here, the average life was only 30 years. And I know in Japan at one time, the average life of commercial buildings was only 20 years. So the greenhouse gases emitted by the buildings that are being demolished, and then all the energy to build new buildings, is immense. And we're not thinking of it when we think about the climate crisis and how our emotion is key. So I was thrilled that today's event was about humanizing cities. Over the last 5 years, with the team in my studio and friends of the studio, we've been trying to think not about our own projects, but what is the thing that could really change cities? Because even if me and my team are very lucky and get to build 10, 20, 30, 40 buildings in the future, that doesn't change cities. That's just a tiny thing. So we are, in 1 month, we're publishing this book in the UK, and then next year there will be one in Korea. And I never thought I was going to be so cheesy advertising a book. I apologize. But there is this big moment that after COVID, when we learnt you didn't have to go to work, why would you go to work? Why would you go to a shop? It's all about emotion. And the construction industry has become increasingly intellectualized. And if we think about the head and the hand and the heart, which buildings from 1,000 years ago, 500 years ago, 200 years ago, 150 years ago, it felt like they had some kind of balance of craft, of ideas and intellect, and an outcome of an emotional, responsive, buildings that connected and people perceived as having character. I'm not suggesting we should go back to the past at all, but how can we learn about what can connect with people's emotion? So in my studio's work ourselves, I thought I would talk about 4 projects, but I'm just going to show you one page from my studio's book, cut in half. And one of the most important things it narrowed it down onto, which was the idea of a humanized rule, which is that a building should be able to hold your attention for the time it takes to pass by it. That doesn't sound like a big deal, but so many buildings now, you look away, you don't need to look again. And what's interesting is that the neuroscience says, actually, that is what is causing stress, because our brains, as we grew up in nature, are programmed to actually need complexity. There are people who talk about the quality of your attention, and if you look out at nature, or you look out at flames or fire, your attention can be restored by looking for 40 seconds, because there's a complexity that feeds your brain. When you take away that complexity to just blank, monotonous single sheet of aluminium or single sheet of glass, there's nothing for your brain to connect to. So the book is attempting to start finding what are the ingredients that don't copy the past, but that if we could look through that lens might help all of us choose better buildings, build better buildings that can connect with people. And I'm talking about buildings that can connect with the broadest possible quantity of people, because when an a new company builds a big headquarters. It's very nice, but only 1,000 people will go in there. But if it's in the center of a city, so in 20 years, maybe 100,000 people will go inside that building. But in 20 years, the outside of that building will probably be part of the backdrop to a billion people's life, a billion people experiencing it. And that's been the weak experience. So in the way we work in our studio, we've been always trying to think, and in a way, by the way, the good thing about writing a book is it makes you force yourself to confront things that you maybe said but didn't make sense in that way, and bring all your thinking sort of together. But it seemed that we should assess buildings from three distances. The city distance of how it connects with the broader city around, the street distance when something's across from you on the other side of a street, but also door distance. So can a building hold your attention from these three distances? So I'm going to show you just four different projects where we attempted with our own work to do that. The first one is in Singapore, where there was a new university building that we were asked to build. And this was their first building after the digital revolution that's been happening led by Korea as much as anyone over the last 20 years. And they asked us to make a building with 57 tutorial rooms. And we were interested, why would anybody go to university anymore? If you can stay at home and get a PhD lying in bed, why do you go? In the past, you went because that's where the computers were, or that's where all the books were. So why go? And they said to us, the reason that people must go to university who get in, it's to meet each other. It's to find your business partner or the person that you're going to set up a new charity with. Actually, at the groundbreaking, they said it was also to increase the birth rate, but that was too late. But that's a separate issue. So that was the existing environment. Miles of these long corridors with no natural daylight, polystyrene ceiling tiles, and they asked us to make a building that was going to be 24 hours. And you probably wouldn't want to send your daughter at 3 o'clock in the morning down kilometer number 2 of these dead corridors. So we decided to make a corridor-less university building. And they said to us they didn't want the master and servant relationship, where you have the guru who stands at the front and the slaves who sit behind learning. They said, no corners. So we obeyed them. And so we made rounded classrooms, and we got 12 of them and put them together deliberately with nooks and crannies, gaps between them, because often the best place that you have an important conversation, that you learn something, is where you're not supposed to learn something. And so from this, we were thinking how that could sit in the context of a building that was based on 1920s modernism thinking, but it was actually built in the 1980s. And it felt to us we didn't need to copy that square geometry. We could be complementary to that by doing something that was different to that. And our building was 24 hours, whereas the other one wouldn't be. So our building is piles. It isn't one building, it's 12 buildings. And because it's a tropical climate, we didn't need to have doors, and it's 24 hours, so you could just wander in and out. But we wanted to make somewhere that could be different to the buildings around, but also sit in the heart of the campus and symbolize this new working, which is what the professors asked us, that was to be collaborative learning, not master and slave learning. So we were trying from a distance to make something that would make you curious, but also make you feel welcomed. So you could see there were lots of interesting ways that you could come in. And we wanted to make sure the building didn't have a back, so that from all angles it felt like it was welcoming, because students would be coming from all different sides. and there's also the bridges across. We also put a lot of nature in because we wanted to have something that was changing through the year. And Singapore's plants just grow like crazy. We would be mad not to put plants on and in it. So then in the city distance, it was about being welcoming. At door distance, we wanted to have the minimum feeling of a grand door, so that you would not feel intimidated, you would feel really welcomed to come in, and to try to make shade and make something that felt like you would want to explore it. But you can see that the building, one of the problems we had was the budget was very low. The budget was a little bit more than for a car park. And we were told the only way we could meet also the highest environmental performance criteria in Singapore, and they have a funny, weird building scoring to let you build. So the budget, the buildability score, and getting Green Mark Platinum that they had never got for a building on their campus before meant we needed concrete floors, concrete columns, concrete cladding, and we also needed concrete columns. So by the time we had so many concrete, if you come from Northern Europe, you don't kind of go, yes! You sort of think, oh no, dead. So our challenge was how to think of concrete, and actually we were inspired by Korean ceramic and Japanese ceramic, where the ceramic is raw and rough sometimes, and we knew, they said, it won't be high quality concrete, it will be the cheapest concrete, which has bubbles and stones in it. So we put all these lines into the concrete. We found a way to make one mold that could make every panel. So it was one mold, but every panel could be slightly different because we had bits that came in and out of the mold. And so then at the heart of it, we wanted to make something that would feel like it didn't feel like yet another university building, but like a theatre. It made people feel stay here or stop there and gather. Our challenge was to try to make people come together. That was the biggest goal of the building. And so there's no air conditioning in this. So we use natural ventilation through, so the air just comes through the gaps between the 12 piles of building, the sort of 12 buildings. And there are deliberately lots of outdoor and indoor spaces that blur with each other. But again, trying to put things that would give a personality. And we're interested really in each project trying to think, how do you find a personality that can work with the materials and the budget? But we also had all the main structure of the building. So that meant that we had these cores that were going through, and we didn't want to have pieces that would fall off in 20 years. And we had no money for anything other than the concrete. So we thought, how can we give love to concrete? That was the project. And we realized we had 20 millimeters of love we could give the concrete before it would become expensive concrete. And we also needed to hide how cheap the concrete was, because cheap concrete has holes in it and stones sticking out of it, and the formers that cast it are often like misaligned, and there are stains. So we were looking at techniques. So we needed 57 columns throughout the building. And normally in every building, you either have a square column or a round column. And you get round concrete columns in luxury apartments in London. You get round columns in a young offenders prison institute for 17-year-olds who are violent. It's the same column. And we just thought, we've got to give something to this column which will be repeated. And we had the molds that the column would be made from. So we thought, we have 20 millimeters of love we can give the concrete. So we made a mold, and we tried to take our 20 millimeters of love and give a slight undulation so that even though it was a cheap column, it had little bellies, like little lumps the size of a human tummy on it. And so maybe someone might touch it. But we also had lots of walls of concrete, and we worked with an artist, and we she gave us 700 drawings, ink drawings, and we had 20 millimeters of love. So he thought, right, how can we make those drawings be 20 millimeter thick drawings? And so we cast them, we made these molds. So they were cast so that there were hundreds of different things inside this. But as you can see, it hides the stains and it hides the bubbles and stones and misaligned formwork by making a bigger mistake. But the bigger mistake is the drawings that are actually lovely and then pulled to be three-dimensional. Oops. But I believe that there has been an underused resource in the world of buildings, which is three-dimensionality. Buildings became flat as the Industrial Revolution happened, and we told ourselves a story that form follows function. And that sounds beautiful, and I agree with that. But we forgot that emotion is a function. And what triggers emotion? And unless a building is functionally, emotionally functioning, people won't connect with it. They don't have to love it, but they can connect with it, and it can have character. A project which taught us a lot was in Hong Kong, and this was 22 years ago we started working. There was this big shopping mall called Pacific Place, and we were asked to renovate it. And we couldn't knock it down, we couldn't build big new buildings there, but we needed to, it was 20 years old, and it needed to have the next layer of humanizing. It was stainless steel, it was hard, and it was a bit tired, but it had been very successful. And we were interested, our job was to think about the podium, the base of this, and to think about how we could make something that had followed a language of shopping malls to something that could feel more particular, but thinking again about emotion and how we could tie together actually what was lots of things we had to do, the toilets, elevators, signage, new cladding, paving. So how can all of those things give any emotion? So there was the side of this which was about the city distance, which was trying to think how we could make you just enough to hold your interest, to make you curious, to make you engage, but deliberately to not make it flat. But we were using underneath a flat bone structure. And we were turning, this was the loading bay for the building, which became the front door of a new amazing hotel called the Upper House that was there. So we used stone and folded it open like curtains, and then allowed that to flow and undulate and have softer relationships to the boxiness. One of the problems we also had was that the existing place had all these weird pyramid skylights everywhere, meaning the cars dominated and the pedestrians were squeezed into narrow walkways around the pyramids that were hidden in the plants to get light into the shopping mall below. And one thing we realized early on is if we could take away those pyramids and make them walkable, we would create 3 times as much public space. And the top floor of that podium could become a front door for people to arrive at as well. And so we found a way, and we worked with some amazing contractors, but we needed to have 7 layers of glass for this to be strong enough to hold lorries and people and be fire resistant and weather resistant. And so when we realized there were 7 layers of glass, and we also needed to stop people slipping over on it, it gave us an opportunity at door distance. So now I'm going to talk about some door distance things again, to maybe find some love in that detail. And if you're paying for 7 layers of glass, what a waste to not see 7 layers of glass. So we developed a way of using a ceramic print on all the layers of the glass so that they became a bit like trapped in the lake, a frozen lake. We could make bubbles because they were 3-dimensional, and they would be 12 centimeters deep bubbles that stopped you slipping over at the top. but they made something three-dimensional to look at instead of flat, because there was hidden three-dimensionality that we could reveal and also stop you looking up somebody's trouser legs from below. Then funny things like we were trying to think, how can we make an emotional relationship between the escalator handrail and the handrails that go around? Nobody has reinvented the escalator for, I guess, a century, and the escalators always have a round end. And normally when we were looking at buildings, the designer designs a handrail and that they like, and then it gets to the escalator, and then they go, oh no. And you just get these two things fighting each other. So we thought, that always looks uneasy. What if they were friends? And so, in a way inspired by this, we made a wooden handrail that flowed off. So they make friends, and then one is rubber and disappears down, and the other one flows around the whole rest of the project. But it was a little detail. And it was interesting seeing public responses to different things. We also did new elevators to make the whole place connect better, to make the place use less energy and be more efficient, and make the lighting work better and more natural daylight. But just the details, just thinking how we could make an elevator actually simpler and cleaner. But then this project taught us really good lessons also about how we respond to places, and there are not many places, public places, that you touch. And the place you touch can stick in your brain a lot. And we made some lift buttons, and we just thought, oh, you're going to touch it. How can we make it show someone we really cared? And lift manufacturers are very resistant to any change, but they agreed to let us make lift buttons that were just special around it. And we did that. And it was weird. The project was, about $200 million and many bits. But one of the things people most remembered was lift buttons. They were cheap. But why do they remember that? Because it's a bit that they touch. There was also a new restaurant, but trying to think about how we could make the structure, working with a shipyard, that would provide a different emotional connection to people in it. But also, I just wanted to talk about toilets. It's very important that we talk together about toilets. The toilets they had before were very square and very hard and the same as everywhere. And normally, nobody gives love to toilets. And so the first part of the project that was going to open was the public toilets. And we were thinking, how can we, in a way, let the toilet be a manifesto of what we want to do with the whole project? And so we thought, let's not have hard, sharp toilets. Let's make them soft. And instead of stainless steel, let's use wood. And thought, okay, can we use curving wood? I thought, yeah, okay, curving wood. But then you have a problem, because your problem is that toilet doors, in particularly the women's toilets, there are lots of toilet cubicles, and they all have the hinge on all the toilet doors. And we were there thinking, a hinge is not a curving thing. It's a very sharp thing. So we thought, what if we reinvent the toilet door hinge? And our client said yes. And so I'm going to just share with you, so they're nice, there's wood and curves, and now I'm going to just share with you, this is me going to the toilet when I was a bit younger. So there is no hinge, the wall just bends. So when you're inside, there's just one piece of wood all the way around. So it took us about 3 months to develop how we could make a toilet where the walls just bend. But it felt, if we're making curves, that philosophy of curving must go all the way through, not just cut a curve and put a normal hinge in it. One of the final details to just show was, in every project, I'm proud that we have to make those projects accessible to the greatest number of people. But if you look around at projects, when they take the curb and make it accessible for a wheelchair user, they normally take a normal curb and just angle it downwards. And so you see the same curb, and it looks like it's trying to meet a regulation. So we thought, whenever we saw a regulation, we thought, how can we look like we enjoy that regulation? In fact, we're proud and welcome. And so this was just a small detail, but we carved a special curb that is like you're throwing down, like a gentleman going, welcome, please cross. But it also created a visual calm, rather than feeling like someone cut it and broke it. And little details like that, we didn't know if anyone would notice. And whether they consciously notice it, you can feel it. And when you have a collection of details, they start to add up, and it does start to connect with people. I've got two more things to show. One is in Tokyo, which was a project that we are completing at the moment, and it's a district for a property developer called Mori Building, and it took them 27 years to get all the different building owners to all agree, including there's a 97-year-old man who is moving into our new project now. And so it was a lot of small buildings, and their plan was to build one tower, one main tower, and then for us to create a public realm and a public experience across the whole site. And we got interested in how we could make a district rather than a building, and how we could integrate nature. And Japan has great historical connection to incredible gardens in Kyoto. And we were thinking, how can we use nature so we create much more greenery than you would ever expect in a city centre? So pergola structures are something quite typical, certainly in different cultures, for creating special pieces of garden structure, and the plants grow through them. So we wondered whether we could grow an architectural pergola that could make buildings as well as making nature, and that's something we could push and pull to create ambiguity of where nature was and where building was and space was. And the site is also on a slope. So our project integrates many things, including a new temple, a new school, and so these were the visuals now from 6-7 years ago, and this pergola is manipulated to become the buildings, but also to make small buildings and small spaces. And you could pull through that grid pavilions, but you can also walk up that landscape onto it. So these were our visuals, including a big park centre under which there is a 70,000 square foot major space for team labs, if any of you know the amazing immersive arts creating collective. But also inviting you and pulling you to go to the lower levels. And so it also includes a school for 800 children and as part of it. So construction began 3.5 years ago, and the Japanese contractors have been so fast and so good quality. But if we start from door distance, we were aware big buildings, how do you connect with them? So we worked with a manufacturer to try and find a way to make the structure we would need, when you go close, still be interesting in a way that you might look at the star. I sound like I'm talking too much, but my point is, how do you make something not feel dead when you go close up to it? So this was precast. And then our idea was built on this pergola that could be cut through and stopped and started, which meant we could make our structure almost in a similar way that a joiner would make a wooden intersecting structure. But in Tokyo, at this scale, we couldn't use wood because of the earthquake forces and regulations. So there is the most intimate connection with this grid that you can go and stand next to it at the smallest scale, but then that grid rises up and makes this district with all these different spaces. In a way, it isn't a clean one thing. It's deliberately fragmented, broken, but it's all trying to put the emphasis on the street in the middle and the public spaces through, and trying to be proud to be more layers in a city with many, many layers of many other things going through, but to invite you, whether you're going there to the school or to the temple or to a shop, it's available to everyone, not just inside, but to walk on top and to be there. And so we were really happy we were able to get a material that felt soulful somehow. And this is just, it isn't open yet. It opens at the end of November. So the plants are just starting to be introduced to the project. And these are pieces that anyone can walk up 24 hours a day. And that layering with the city of small pieces and all the old parts of Tokyo that layer all the way up to the big towers. And making cut-throughs and little steps and routes that places you like aren't just one big building. They are porous, almost like sea animals find a reef is something that's porous, and many places that you can, if you're a little tiny shellfish, you can connect to, or algae. And it feels that urban design projects need to be like a reef that you can latch onto and stitch into. This is a performance canopy as part of it that was inspired by the washi Japanese paper and this technique that's done of quilling, where you get many pieces of paper and wrap them all together. But this is where the performances can happen under this. And finally, I just thought I'd show you the school that we worked on. I was given a hard time from my mother. So my mother said to me, "That's not very Heatherwick." I don't know if BTS have that problem with their mum. But she was like, "That's not very Heatherwick." And we said, "What do you mean that's not very Heatherwick?" The whole point that we have different budgets for different parts, and you don't want a place to be one thing. What you want is places to be diverse. And we know now with nature that we love biodiversity, that it's not love. You have to have biodiversity to have real nature. And for some weird reason, we have stopped having architectural diversity. And we had other collaborators as well on different things, and you're collaborating with the past as well at the same time. So the final project I was just going to show is in Shanghai, and there's the main art district called M50 here. This was our site next to the Suzhou Creek River that was just very recently cleaned, and so all the pollution was taken away. And this site, normally what would get built on it, big 3.5 million square foot development. You have your podiums, you would have an office tower, a residential tower, there's a piece of government land in the middle, and the site is the same size as the Empire State Building sideways. So the thing that we are grappling with in our studio and really interested in is the problem of bigness. In the past, 200 years ago, most buildings were small. And humans, we are still small. We are roughly the same size as we were 500,000 years ago. But cities, like projects, have just got bigger and bigger and bigger. And that's why we end up, one of the reasons we have a challenge with characterlessness and boringness is because an idea that would be all right if it was 15 meters wide becomes deathly boring when it's 400 meters wide or 100 meters wide. So that was the problem that to us was, how can we humanize bigness? And our project needed to have 1,000 columns in it to work with the budget, to work rationally so that we could have car parking, the kindergarten, workspaces, hotel rooms, office spaces, a karaoke place, beauty bars, these funny things, columns, the funny things that go through buildings, like bamboo shoots that we forget about. We always hide them. You know, the developer says, so hide the columns, stick it in a wall. But then the role of the architect so often is just decorating the box. Like, what pattern should we put on the box? What louvers should we stick on the box? And we just thought, how could we celebrate the thing that is normally hidden? And so we thought, well, what if we take those 1,000 columns and we arrange them so they become more human scale next to the art district, which is small buildings, and the rest of the city. But we knew that nature, with all those tombstones of residential buildings all around, it's like you want more nature, not more massive, big, shiny building. So texture became the thing we were really interested in, and thought, well, if we wanted to bring nature in, if you put green roofs, they're very heavy because you have to carry all the soil, all the tree roots, the tree trunks, the tree branches, it's very heavy. And so the beams that hold that up get very deep and the ceilings get lower. But that beam carrying the load of all the plants is transferring the structural load to the column. So he thought, well, if we want to put greenery, the best place to put it is on top of the column. So we thought, what if we could plant a generous planter and have 1,000 semi-mature Chinese mountain trees, 1, 2, sometimes 3 on top of every column. So that's what we built. So the project is called 1,000 Trees, and this is the first half of it. The second half will finish in 2 years and is almost twice as high as this. And it's trying to have a softer relationship to the ground, trying to respect the art district and respect the river by coming closer and lower to those things. We also collaborated with many different artists to integrate their work into the facades, but also, instead of just having huge spaces, we could make hundreds of outdoor terraces. So everyone, a school, a kindergarten, an office space, a beauty parlor, everyone can have outdoor spaces. And we also made a new replica of in a different way, of a tower that used to be there. The government wanted to pay respect to the flour mill that was there, and we integrated that. And we could accept that lack of purity because we actually all want places that are more layered and interesting and less singular. So there were the different commissions with all the different artists, but also we could save money by not putting cladding on these columns. But if we were repeating different sizes of these molds, we could put a detail that just creates a shadow, creates a high point of light, just something to make things show that we cared. And so often, without realizing it, because a culture of making has fallen away from architecture, places feel unloved so much. And the public are all experts at buildings. All our lives we've lived in buildings. But for some reason, the construction industry has told itself the story that the public are ignorant and don't understand buildings. And I think they do, and I think we all have feelings and emotion. We're just not used to talking about them and realizing that you're not stupid. You're right. Your intuition is probably right. And we can demand more from places around us. And so this project has many different places and details, and my studio has its second studio inside this building next to the karaoke bar and the beauty parlor. And every bit we were trying to find ways to integrate other people's work as much as our own to create that diversity. So I'm thrilled today that the conference is about how we humanize cities, and I'm honored, and I was quite scared to be the first speaker as well, so thank you ever so much. And so my final thing is that I believe we actually need a new movement that consciously says, right, we're going to humanize cities. And we can do that in many ways. And we can use many techniques and many materials. And so that new movement, I think, can come out from the digital information we all have. You know, the new smartwatches can read your pulse and read your blood pressure, and they can tell when people are stressed or not stressed. So I think we're going to come into an interesting time when we have data about cities, data that tells us where people's emotion is in a city, instead of only guessing. So in October, a humanized movement is going to start, I hope. So please join, contribute, speak to people. It's only if enough people talk that enough people in the construction industry will get interested and respond instead of just doing the same thing again and again and again, which is what we're used to. Thank you.
네, 큰 박수 부탁드립니다. Thank you very much for your inspiring keynote speech. 네, 정말 인상적인 기조.
It was a very impressive keynote speech. I didn't realize that time had passed because it was so interesting to see and hear about the stories within the spaces. And I was able also to see how we can have a broader perspective when it comes to buildings. And I was surprised to learn that there were actual detrimental impacts and effects of boring and lifeless buildings on us. So we heard examples of Singapore, Hong Kong, and Tokyo, and it was a pleasure to be able to see these beautiful spaces through the keynote presentation, and I hope that one day I will be able to visit those spaces one day as well. And I believe that humanizing designs in cities will help us build a walkable city as well. Once again, I would like to thank our keynote speaker, Mr. Thomas Heatherwick, for his presentation. Please give him another big round of applause. Now I would like to move on to the first session. The first session is titled The City of Today. We are going to talk about urban design strategies for Seoul as an inclusive city in this session. As I mentioned earlier, you can find links to download the program book, ask questions to the speakers, and provide suggestions regarding the exhibition in front of the Seoul station at our YouTube channel. So please make use of the channel to post your comments and questions. Now I would like to invite our first speaker of the first session. I would like to invite Mr. Shigeru Ban. I understand that he recently had surgery, so I ask for your understanding that our next speaker will be delivering his presentation sitting down. The title of his presentation is The Social Role of Architects and Balancing Humanitarian and Architectural Works. Please welcome our next speaker with a big hand.
안녕하세요. I'm sorry I have to sit down because I just had a surgery, so please allow me to sit down. Today I'm going to show you my project, some normal common commissioned work, and then I show you my disaster relief projects. I start working in disaster relief project because I'm very tired of being architects. Because we are mainly working for privileged people who has money and power. Because power and money is invisible, they hire us to make a monument, to show off their power to the public. I'm not saying I'm not interested in making a monument, but I wanted to use my experience and knowledge not only for privilege, but also general public, and also people who lost their houses. Especially when I recognize the earthquake never kill people, but collapse of building kill people. That's our responsibility as architects. But when city are rebuilt, we're gonna get new project. So actually, architects are very happy after disaster because we're gonna get a new project. However, people suffering with very poor shelter and temporary housing before city are rebuilt. I thought that's our responsibility as architect to improve the poor, the living condition after the disaster. So that is why I started working in disaster. Slide, please. After I graduated from school, Cooper Union, New York, I came back to Tokyo immediately to start my practice because I have no experience. I cannot design building. First thing I did was designing exhibition. This is an exhibition for my favorite architect from Finland, Alberto. Because I didn't have enough budget to use wood like Alberto, I was looking for the material to replace. So that's what I found is a recycled paper tube, which was all over my studio. After we finished tracing paper, fax paper, all, I kept them because I hate throwing things away. So small diameter was used for the ceiling, like Alberto's B-Please library. The bigger diameter I used as a freestanding partition. And then I found out material was much stronger than I expected. Next, please. Then this is the first the temporary building I built in the 90s. As you recognize in the 80s, nobody was talking about the environment and ecological things. So I didn't start because of this big movement. I just started because I didn't want to waste material. This time, it was not possible to get the complicated government permission to use such unusual material or structure. So this building is made in steel column, steel truss, but all the walls outside, inside is made of paper tube. Diameter is 55, wall thickness is 50 millimeter, of course inside the empty, 8 meter, 330 tubes. Some of the tube is bigger. Inside is a toilet. When you finish your toilet paper in emergency situation, you can tear those inside the wall. Next, please. This is my own weekend house. In order to get this complicated government permission, I designed my own weekend house as a prototype. Then I spent a year testing, and then finally I got the permission. So this became the first the permanent building out of paper tube. This still exists. However, I'm too busy, I have no weekend, the house is not used. That's why totally empty still. Next, please. Year 2000, now the people start talking about the environment. This is World Expo in city of Hanover in Germany. The main theme of Expo was environmental issue. So because I was the only architect using recyclable material for building, I was chosen for the government Japanese pavilion design. This is a paper tube locally available in Germany. As a part of the contract, we asked them to promise us to collect all the paper tube after Expo is over to recycle. Also, I didn't want to use a concrete foundation because concrete is a rather difficult material to recycle. So I made a wooden box filled with sand, without concrete. And I was very lucky to collaborate with Professor Fry Otto to develop first paper tube grid shell structure. Membrane, normally we use a PVC membrane, but the PVC is not environmental friendly. So I invented the membrane out of paper, waterproof and fire protected paper. Next, please. And the connection is just fabric tapes. And we covered over 2,500 square meters just with paper tube structure. Next, please. This is called Nomadic Museum. This is a museum for Canadian artist Gregory Colbert. He asked me to design his own museum which traveled from city to city, country to country. Then I chose the used shipping container of 20 feet, 6 meters. It's not because shipping container can be traveled. I chose shipping container because this is international standard. You can find same used container anywhere in the world. So this was held in New York on the wooden pier, 200 meters. We don't have to transport to other city because we can rent the same container anywhere else. So we just rented temporary for 3 months in New York and returned to original shipyard. I made a checkerboard pattern connected with the existing connections in order to reduce the number of the containers. And the 10 meters of the paper tube supporting the roof. Next, please. Then we went to Santa Monica. As you can see, color of container is different. This is we happened to rent in San Francisco. When we went to Tokyo, as you see, color is different. This is a container available in Tokyo. Next, please. And this is the house in Sri Lanka. After the Sumatra earthquake and tsunami destroyed the southern fisherman's village of Sri Lanka totally. And I was there to make the housing. And one of the sponsor who helped us asked me to design his own house after the disaster relief was over. So this is the house I built. In Sri Lanka, there's an incredible architect called Jeffrey Bauer. He passed away. Because I traveled all over Sri Lanka to see his architecture, I must say this house was totally influenced by Jeffrey Bauer, taking advantage of natural material, landscape, and taking advantage of the breeze, the cross ventilation. This is, I call picture window, framing beautiful ocean view as a part of like a painting. Next, please. This is the Swatch company in Tokyo headquarters. This was competition, and I was very lucky to win. What I did is every 3 floors atriums. Normally we need air conditioning for big space, but I want to take advantage of natural ventilation in the good season. We totally open up to take a good natural ventilations. And also program asked us to design 7 different boutiques owned by Swatch Group, like Omega, Tissot, Jacquardot, Blancpain. As you see, the Ginza is most expensive commercial land in the world. That's why site is very narrow and very deep. So what I did is opening 4-story of the front facade and also the back of the street, having passage, anybody, public passage, people can pass by. And along this, there's the green wall and Santa water feature. And also I made 7 glass showroom of each boutiques, each brand names. So you can go into the next, please, the boutique. Next, please. Then if you want to see more, you just push button. Each elevator goes, bring your customer only to your own stores, so that this made possible that the customer can approach to their own boutique directly from the street. Otherwise, only one boutique is facing the street, rest of them are back or downstairs, and there's a very big gap of the commercial accesses. So this solved the problem of this commercial access. This is the 5th floor, the atriums, and this is the shutter is totally open, so this becomes semi-outdoor space. And here's the giraffe. This is a real story. Just before the construction finished, the owner of the Swatch came to see the construction. She was very surprised not to see the giraffe, because during the competition, in the section drawing, I drew the giraffe in order to show the height of the space. She thought that was a part of design. And she was so mean that she didn't want to accept as a finish of the building unless she sees a giraffe. So I have to spend my own money to make a giraffe in wood. Next, please. This is a famous Pompidou Center in Paris, designed by Renzo Piano and Richard Rogers, 1977. 2003, they decided to make a new Pompidou Center in city of Metz, east side of France, and I was very lucky to win the competition. And then I decided to open my office in Paris. However, I couldn't afford, because renting office in Paris is very expensive. So what I did is, when I met the president first time, I asked him to rent me the rooftop or terrace, because I want to make my own temporary office in order to save money. And he gave me the deal. If they have some important guests, I have to show them inside my office as like exhibitions. So then I agreed to get this 6th floor terrace, and I brought my Japanese student, worked with French student during summer. We built 35-meter long temporary office with paper tube structure, wooden joint. So we enjoyed beautiful view of the Paris for 6 years without paying any rent. But there is one problem. When my friend come to see me, because we are part of the exhibition, they had to buy the ticket downstairs to see me. Next, please. This is the map. This is what I submitted for competition. This is the map of the city, a train station, 90 minutes from Paris. The main part of the city is north side. My site was south side, which was totally empty, but I wanted to connect my museum with the center of the city. This is the model I submitted. There's 3 so-called gallery tubes, 50 meter in width, 90 meter in length. End of the gallery, there's a big picture window. The first tube is facing to the cathedral, very famous cathedral, in order to frame them, to connect them. Second tube is facing to the train station, because Metz is very east side of the France. Always after the war, they are occupied by German. So there are many classical German buildings, including this train station. So this is part of important history of the city. So second tube is framing the train station. This is the model of the timber roof. Idea came from traditional Asian bamboo hut. When I study the different pattern, for example, if we use a square pattern, it's easy, but we need a bracing in order to get in-plane stiffness, and then connection become very complicated. If we divide by triangle, it's stable shape, but always connection, they have 3 elements is meeting. This pattern comes from the traditional bamboo, hexagon, and triangle. Hexagon doesn't have in-plane stiffness, but because of the triangles, we don't need any bracing. But also, as you can see, every connections, only 2 layers there. That is why always bamboo craft, bamboo basket often use this pattern. So I made an upper chord and the lower chord with this pattern, overlapping. This is tension structure, tensile structure. If we have to meet the wood align, we always need complicated steel connections. But I didn't want to use the steel. So what I did is overlapping and putting small wooden pieces to have a distance, and just I need a long board to connect them. So it's very simple to connect them without any complicated joint. This is the completion of the roof. Next, please. And you can see the picture with window. The before opening hour, glass shutter is closed, people waiting under the big shading. Next, please. When the museum opened, all the shutter go up, connecting city with the museum, cafe with the museum. This is central elevator stair core in steel, hanging all the tube, all the timber, the roof. This is a picture window framing the cathedral. Next, please. This is the golf club house in Yeoju for CJ Group, and this was during when I was designing Pompidou Center. I use the same geometry, but this is compression arch instead of tension structure of the Pompidou Center in Metz, so that I can make traditional wooden joint by cutting and joining, so that the joint is very easy. Next, please. So it's like cathedral with the stone, with wood instead of using stone. Next, please. This is the latest project for CJ, next to this golf club house. This is a training center. They wanted a big auditoriums, but I didn't think putting the black box of auditorium in this such a beautiful landscape, so I put in the basement. But the lobby, wire space, I didn't want the people feel like in the basement. This is the main lobby space in the basement. This is a pond, water with water on the grass bottom. And so this is supported by timber column, and this stainless steel pot with sand, with trees. So natural tree is supported by tree columns. Next, please. This is a 7-story office building in Zurich. Again, I made it totally timber without metal connections. This is my idea of the rigid connection without steel. 2 layers of the wood, and the perpendicular beam is over profile. By inserting over profile, it's locked. It doesn't rotate, so it's a rigid connection without any metal. And outside is the normal curtain wall with glass shutter. Next, please. This is a museum in Oita Prefecture in Japan. Always we call the museum black box or white cube because it's a closed box. But I wanted to make the museum more public, more open to the city. So I made this so-called bi-folding door, which opened totally to open the museum to the street. When the street have the festival, we can have the event inside, outside connected. And also this is the gallery. It's hung from the ceiling. So there's a movable partition which make any arrangement of the galleries. There is another gallery, the foyer on third floor. This city is very famous for woven bamboo craft. So that this roof, even the wall, is made of the woven pattern like a bamboo basket. Next, please. This is the La Seine musical in Paris, on the small island in the same river. And this was competition, and I was very lucky to win. This island is very narrow. It's like a ship shape. And the main concert hall for 1,200 seats for classical music is made of timber. And this is a sail, we call sail. Normally sail receives the wind, but this sail receives sun as solar panels and rotate following the sun, so that this also the help to generate more efficiently the energy, but also this create a shading behind this sail to save energy for the cooling. And underneath of this landscape, there is a big the multi-purpose for 4,000 seat and the School of the Music for Children. Next, please. This is the inside of the concert hall. This is a mosaic tile I created in Vicenza near Venice using traditional technology, but totally new. This changes the color from red to green, depending on the angle of the sun. This is the inside of a concert hall. The ceiling, I work very closely with acoustical engineer to design ceiling in paper. This is different diameter of the paper tube to make this hexagon patterns to help the acoustical effect. Even the chair is made of paper tube with a cushion around. Next, please. This is a Fuji Mountain Museum. When Fuji Mountain was chosen for the UNESCO Heritage, I was asked, this was competition to design the museum. And everyone was supposed to present the roof like a Fuji Mountain shape, but I did it the other way around. Because this area near the mountain, we have lots of groundwater to be used for air conditioning, cooling, heating. After the water is used for the cooling, heating, I just released to the pond in front to reflect the building to make a Fuji Mountain shape. Inside of this, next please, there's the ramps going around. You can enjoy different beautiful video, so that you are feeling like climbing the mountain. Then the top, you can see the picture window framing really Fuji Mountain. Next please. This is the headquarters for the Swatch company in Switzerland, BLBN. And this is Swatch building. This is the Museum of Switzerland Omega. I designed. And because shape of the land was L-shape, I just took advantage of this L-shape. And because characteristic of the Omega and the Swatch is very different, Swatch is rather playful, colorful. I made the organic shape with totally timber structure, with solar panels, ETFE membranes. Next, please. And the roof is covering public street. In case in the Sunday we can close the street to have a big event under the roof. This is the construction photo. Each element is precisely cut with a three-dimensional cutting machine, and the construction is very quick and quiet. This is the inside of the main hall. Next, please. And this is a building in front. Only the ground floor is concrete, pilotis. Rest of them is the totally timber, beams, column, floor, everything in timber. This is the roof coming from Swatch building in the conference hall. Next, please. This is a museum in Taiwan, city of Tainan, and this is a symbol flower of Tainan. It's the pentagon shape. So I made a pentagon roof, and each gallery is like a box stacking on top of each other, shifted to create the park and the sculpture garden, so that the public can enjoy the roof freely as a garden, and they can come into the museum from anywhere. This is roof called fractal roof. Next, please. Fractal geometry is the one, for example, like a triangle one. By dividing, always you get the same proportion of a triangle forever. This is a fractal geometry. One of the professors, Sakai in Kyoto University, found out if they put some wind to this three-dimensional fractal, it creates some the streams, just like being underneath of a tree. So I collaborated with him to make a big fractal roof, and according to the simulation, if building is exposed totally to the sun, it's get let's see 60 degree. If we have a roof, still roof creates some the heat underneath, so that it's had the effect of like a 10% decrease of the air conditioning. If we make a fractal roof, because this creates the airflow, so we got by simulation, we can save the energy 50%. So this is why I made the fractal roof, having nice light and shadow inside of the main foyer. Next, please. This is the toilet I recently made in the city center of Tokyo. The always problem with the public toilet. I hate to go there because it's always very dirty, and also especially for the ladies, maybe somebody may be hidden inside. So in order to solve this problem, I made the toilet totally transparent, so you can see nobody is inside. Inside is very clean, and when you lock, it's become totally opaque. Next, please. This is the new museum in Hiroshima. This is museum and also the hotel and the restaurant. And this cube is the galleries, which is floating. And you can change by adding the water. This can be floated, and the two-person can push by hand to change the different layout. Depending on type of exhibition, we can change the layout of the galleries. So whenever you go to the different exhibition, you can enjoy different shape of the museum. And I designed different type of the beaters. Next, please. And this is the entrance hall in timber structure. This is the floating the galleries, some of the beater, which was totally influenced by my professor, John Haydock, and some of the water beaters. Next, please. Now we go to the disaster. This is Rwanda, 1994. They had the genocide. Over 2 million people became refugees. And this is a photo of the refugee camp made by United Nations High Commissioner for Refugees. They are freezing with blanket because during rainy season, this shelter is not good enough to protect from the weather. So this is a typical shelter. I thought we have to improve, otherwise any medical care doesn't help them. So I proposed my idea, and I was accepted by consultant to develop idea further. So this is a typical shelter. Refugees have to cut the trees by themselves to make a frame. United Nations give them plastic sheet. But over 2 million cut the trees, this become very serious deforestation, environmental problem. So that US provide them aluminum pipes, but aluminum is very expensive material locally. They sold them out for money and cut the trees again. So this used to be the forest, but no trees there. So they go much further to cut more trees. So giving aluminum pipe didn't solve problem. That's why next please, they accept my idea to make shelter out of recycled paper. This is a prototype built in Switzerland at the factory of Bitola, famous furniture company. They have great the connection of architecture. This is a museum and factory designed by Frank Gehry. Behind that, there's a seminar house designed by Tadao Ando. Further right, they have a factory designed by Nicholas Grimshaw, Alvaro Siza. They have their own fire station designed by Zaha Hadid. So they have most expensive collection of architecture. My prototype became their cheapest collection. This is the Byumba camp. We went to there. Also, I wanted to make a shelter something more comfortable. However, because of UN policy, we are not supposed to them something too comfortable because they're going to stay longer. So I got only $50 per unit. So this was the development to stop deforestation. And I found out by chance, all the plastic sheet produced from Korean company. So I collaborate with this Korean company to produce package of the shelter. So paper tube, joint, everything was made by this Korean company as a package to send over to the Rwanda. Next, please. 1 year after 1995 in Kobe, Japan, we have big earthquake, over nearly 9,000 people killed. This is a park. There are many Vietnamese people living like this with poor seat, poor blue seat. In the fine day, it's become over 40, rainy day, totally wet. Also, government start making temporary shelters, temporary houses, but it's outside of the city because city is so congested. But they don't want to move out to the temporary houses because they have only job in a nearby factory, so they want to keep living here. But neighbor Japanese people try to kick them out because they are afraid the park is becoming like slum. But they have no place to go. So I and my student made the temporary houses with a paper tube, 10 centimeter diameter, 4 millimeter thickness, with the plastic beer crates, with sandbag inside, and a double membrane, and we can have a ventilation. People was living there for 4 years. Next, please. Then I made the temporary church, only 10 meter by 50 meter. The paper tube, everything was done by student. Paper tube was laid oval shape, which come from my favorite church in Rome, designed by Bernini. This was there for 10 years. And this was used not only for religious service, but also they had a wedding, concert, movie. So this became a symbol of the reconstruction of the city. So this was there for 10 years. Then they decided to rebuild. So I was lucky to design the second one. That time there was a big earthquake in Taiwan. We decided to donate. This is now in Taiwan, in city of Puri, became permanent church and permanent community center. Then I wonder, what is the definition of temporary structure? What is the definition of the permanent structure? Even structure made in paper by students can be permanent as long as people love it. But as you can see, many of commercial buildings, as Thomas said, in Tokyo, New York, Seoul, only there for 20, 30 years, then new developer buy the land and destroy to put one. So the building, even in concrete, to make money is very temporary. But the building, even made in paper, can be permanent as long as the people love it. Next, please. In Turkey, 1999, they had a big earthquake. All the material was donated free from local manufacturer. And also this is India, 2001. Only problem was that everything was ready except the beer case, because in the west side of India, nobody drink beer. So my local Indian architect recommended me to use red Coca-Cola crate, but I thought the red Coca-Cola crate is out of context. We made a traditional mud floor. This is a photo sent last year from my friend, still used as a local clinic. So this became permanent. Next, please. 2008, 2 months before Beijing Olympic happened, in Chengdu, China, big earthquake, over 80,000 people killed. Also many school collapsed. And I met the school master. She wanted to have the temporary classroom. So I brought the Japanese student, collaborate the Chinese student together, locally available paper tube and wooden joint. We made up the 9 classroom over 500 square meter just with students like this. This also still exists. Next, please. L'Aquila, Italy, near Rome, 2009, they have big earthquake. And the mayor asked me to design temporary concert hall because this city is very famous for music, but there are no concert hall, everything destroyed. So that I was very lucky to have some donation, but I didn't want to use a concrete. This is just a scaffolding pipe with heavy sand to make a very insulated wall, just covered by donated curtain. Inside is a paper tube. This is not structure. This is acoustical, the materials. And the outside paper tube is a structure. This also still there in L'Aquila. Next, please. 2011 in Japan, we had a terrible earthquake, tsunami, and also nuclear problem. Normally, people have to stay in gymnasium like this. And there is no privacy. Government doesn't care. But I believe privacy is most basic human right. So that I created the petitions. Always the government reject them. But this city was very sad. The mayor and the city official was totally killed by tsunami. So this high school gymnasium was organized by school physics teacher, he accepted my proposal to make a 500 family unit in 1 week. So because of this success, little by little, out of 80, 30 of them rejected me, and 50 of them in the later accepted all over. We built maybe over 2,000 units. This is 2019, after COVID. The doctor was appreciated. This petition stopped spreading COVID viruses. Finally, 15 years after year and year I did, Japanese government accepted as this standard petition system in Japan. Next, please. And also I made a 3-story container temporary houses. Because all the government the prefab house is single story, some of the city doesn't have enough land for single story. So I made with a shipping container checkerboard pattern like a nomadic museum. But I have to respect the size and the budget of other prefabricated house. And all the furniture was made by my student. Although it's the same size, same budget, people love it, and I create a new problem. People can stay the new temporary houses free 4 years, but nobody want to move out, so that they have stayed there for 8 years. Next, please. And 2 weeks before the earthquake in Japan, there was a big earthquake in Christchurch, New Zealand, and a big important cathedral totally destroyed. And I was asked to make the temporary cathedral, but as long as they use for the community use, not only religious, I agreed to do the totally pro bono. And this locally available paper tube on the ground floor is made of a shipping container, and this meant to be temporary, but as this became tourist destination, and this became permanent structure. Next, please. 2014 in Philippines, Cebu Island, they have a big typhoon. Also next year they have an earthquake. We went there with Japanese student, with Filipino student, and then in Philippines they have big beer company called San Miguel. I asked them to donate the plastic beer crate, but they were so difficult, they rejected. So finally, I had to use the Coca-Cola crates. Paper tube, everything locally available, woven bamboo sheet for the ventilation. Next, please. 2015 in Nepal, they have big earthquake. All the building is made in brick, so that there no strength for the earthquake. But I didn't want to waste this brick. I made a prototype, the wooden frame filled with brick, in order to meet this testing method to meet the Japanese earthquake standard to build permanent houses and some of the school in mountain area. Next, please. This is a temporary house I built in Turkey. As you know, last February, they had a big earthquake near the Syrian border. I worked with the school in Ankara, and we made a prototype together with the student. We brought over to assemble in 1 day the paper tube structure, and also the wall is insulated. This is almost can be permanent house. It's not just a temporary. Next, please. Then last February 24th, Russia invaded the Ukraine, and I saw on TV many refugees coming to Poland, and they have to stay like this in gymnasium, no privacy. So I work with my friend in Poland to make the partitions with my volunteer architects network, NGO, and every material, paper tube, were totally donated, and even fabric donated from many companies. And we work many cities, Poland, Ukraine, Slovakia, Berlin, and Paris, to create a lot of shelters, the partition systems for refugees. Next, please. As you know, the last winter, Russia attacked their power station in Ukraine, so that they didn't have electricity. So I found a very good lightweight steel stove in northern Japan. They can even cook. I donated 190 units to Ukraine. As you can see, he's very happy to receive, but he's injured if his house was totally bombed by the missile from Russia. This is when I met the mayor of Lviv, west side of Ukraine, and I propose him to make the affordable housing system with the student. Next, please. So this is the system I made a prototype in September. This is all the students in Poland. This is a styrofoam foam core. It's lightweight insulation material, and then we just put the thin glass fiber, put the plastic, glass reinforced plastic. This is traditional technology to make a boat. The middle-sized boat always make a shape out of styrofoam, then they paint plastic. So this is nothing special technologically. Just I apply existing technology for the panel unit, and then prepare in 1 week in the factory, and they assemble in 1 day this house. So that this is a house without depending on the general contractor, without using normal construction building material, which is going to be very expensive after the war, after the disaster normally. Next, please. Also, the mayor proposed me to design the hospital, because Libiu is rather safe in west side. Many injured people, civilian, military people come to Libiu, so they need a more hospital. So mayor asked me to design the hospital using timber, CLT locally available, which used to be exported to US and Canada, but they cannot export because of Russia. So they want to consume locally. So this is going to be first hospital in timber. But also there is strategical idea of the mayor. As you know, the Ukraine want to be part of the EU. Normally using Ukrainian building regulation, they cannot expose timber. They have to cover it. But as a gesture to be the part of Europe, mayor asked me to apply European regulation for the building, so that we can totally expose the timber as a structure. So this is going to be the first big timber hospital with exposed timber. So this is what I'm doing. But now I become busy again. As you know, a few days ago in Morocco, near Marrakesh, they had an earthquake. Now I'm preparing another temporary housing. So I'm going to there week after to build with the temporary houses with the student. So that I like to continue building temporary structure which can be loved by people and can be permanent. Thank you very much. 감사합니다.
네, 고맙습니다. 반시게루님의
Thank you very much. That was the presentation by Mr. Shigeru Ban. Please give him another big round of applause. So once again, we would like to thank him for his wonderful presentation. So using timber, fabric tapes, and also paper tubes, he showed us how we could create environment-friendly structures. And also, I think his architecture really shines when there is an area that is affected by disasters. Next, we would like to invite the head of design and marketing at Naver, Ms. Choi So-hyun. She is going to talk about the role of design that helps humans, environment, and technology to coexist.
네, 여러분 안녕하십니까? 저는 네이버.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. As introduced, I am Choi So-hyun, head of Naver Design and Marketing. I was very inspired by our presentations by the two previous speakers. The title of my presentation is Role of Design, Assisting People, Environment, and Technology. As you know, society is changing very fast, and so there is fear, but at the same time, technology can help us solve some of the issues that we face, and I think that design can also play a part as well. I understand that we are joined by many people from different walks of life. What is your role, and what is your perspective, and what is your view? Before creating something, I'm sure you are all citizens of a particular city. Have you ever thought of what kind of life you want to live? I would imagine that the answer to that question would be different depending on the context. And so with this in mind, I would like to continue my presentation. So I'm going to introduce various different spaces in Naver, and I hope that our solution to our spaces will help you find solutions for any dilemmas or questions you might have with your space. At Naver, space is not just a physical place where people can stay. We believe that it goes beyond that. Naver is a tech firm. So when we design space, we design it like we design UX. We look at the user needs and we also look at data. There are outcomes that express organizational culture and ways of working through space. We have 6 different spaces. We have data centers, we also have employee training centers, and we also have the office buildings, and I will go through each one. First, I want to introduce the data centers of Naver Center. We have long talked about data sovereignty at Naver and the need for efforts to protect it. So this Chuncheon-gak and Sejong-gak are data centers, i.e. spaces with a social mission to protect data sovereignty. And it also embodies the hope of Naver to be able to protect data for future generations. The Chuncheon-gak was opened 10 years ago, and Sejong-gak will open soon. The name gak derives its meaning from Janggyeong-gak, which restores the 80,000 wood blocks of the Tripitaka Koreana. This is a space to record the future with a historical long-term perspective. The spirit of Janggyeong-gak, the guardian of the 80,000 Buddhist scriptures of Korea, is one that protects the wood blocks, one that has protected the wood block scriptures for over 500 years. Naver named its data center Gak to reflect the enormous responsibility and calling to pass on humanity's precious knowledge to future generations. Nature and ancestral wisdom protects Gak, and Janggyeong-gak is a zero-energy building that has preserved the Buddhist sculptures using only building materials, and the unique properties of the environment and the wisdom of the ancestors inspired the eco-friendly orientation of Gak, a data center that utilizes wind and sunlight. This is Chuncheon-gak. As I mentioned earlier, this is an environmental data center. This is the first in-house data center for a Korean portal company as well. Set to open this fall, this is Sejong-gak, which will be Asia's largest data center for a single company. It's more than 5 times the capacity of our existing data center, Gak Chuncheon, and the goal for the center is to go beyond preservation and to serve as a brain center. These are photos I took last week, and many members of Naver send me photos like this. Gak Sejong's architecture is a medium that connects Naver's advanced technology with the wisdom of nature. We examined various variables of the local terrain, climate, and surroundings to create the optimal layout and form. We went through a lot of ideas to make the best use of the location and natural environment while fulfilling the functions of the space. In the keynote speech, we saw examples where we used natural sunlight and ventilation. So we also went through a lot of ideas to do that. So here, the grass you see are perennial grasses that grow on Mount Pungyong. Perennial grasses are an important factor in protecting the global environment, and so we tried to preserve these flowers. Next, I'd like to introduce the training center. This is Connect One. It's located next to Chuncheon. It is called Connect One. This is located in Chuncheon, as I mentioned, and it's not only the architecture but also the surrounding natural landscape and the detailed experiential elements that are hidden in every corner of the space. So everyone who stays here experiences and spends quality time. I actually come here about twice a month, and even though it's almost 10 years old, it doesn't feel aged at all. And I'm excited about the energy and the values that will be created here in the future. And this is a really lovely place to go because you can really enjoy all seasons of the year. And as I mentioned earlier, it's 10 years old, but it doesn't seem old, and rather it feels like it's aging with nature. As I mentioned earlier, it is titled Connect One. So this expresses Naver's value of connecting people to people, time and space, and also Seoul Circle. Seoul is a space where old sages used to immerse themselves to explore the essence of life. There are 3 wings that are very organically connected. And if a training center is usually a filled space where you are just simply handed knowledge, we want to connect one to be a space where you fill the space by finding your own answers. So it's really a place where you can immerse yourself and then fill yourself, and then immerse yourself and then empty yourself. In the early stages of planning, I understand there were a lot of scenarios that were drawn up of what the experience would be like here and what kind of value it can create. And I've been told by the people who designed it that seeing it actually unfold before their eyes is really rewarding. All of Connect One's accommodations are single occupancy rooms, which was probably unique among training centers that were built at the time. Remember, this was built 10 years ago. And so the point is for employees here to rest, eat, and stay. And I'm sure that a lot of people really like the mattresses that we provide here at the training center. So this is a detail that we did not miss. And we also provide healthy food from vegetables and ingredients grown in our own gardens and through local cooperative units. And this is a place for business travelers. This is our Tokyo base camp. And this is also a place where Korean employees can apply to work. So it's very, very popular. It's very difficult to get a spot. And now let's move on to the everyday workplace, the office. I'm going to elaborate on 1784 a little later. I want to begin with the Green Factory. This is Naver's first office building, Green Factory. I'm sure many of you have been there because of the library that was built on the ground floor. We've been branding it with a consistent context, offline and online. We're renovating it now to make it a healthier space. And renovations are expected to finish next year. In the previous presentation, we were talking about how not to create waste. And earlier in my presentation, I talked about emptying oneself and then filling oneself up. And this is a similar space. Green Factory was designed with the environment in mind from the design stage, with energy-saving devices such as thermal insulation, LED lighting, and rainwater recycling. And it was recognized for its efforts by LEED with the highest rating of platinum. So the space programs were designed, given into consideration who was working there and what they were doing. When the Green Factory was being built, Naver was one Naver with many different services, but now the services have expanded and evolved, and we have now become 4 different countries, and we have grown into what we could call Team Naver. So there are all these different teams. Team Naver's platform is this new office building, 1784. A lot of people think immediately of the color green when they think of Naver, but we wanted to move away from that, and we wanted to create something new. This is an office space where new technologies coexist with robots, and all the technologies that will lead Naver's future, such as robots, autonomous driving, AI, and cloud, are converged. We really wanted to make this building into a technology platform that can serve as a test bed. 1784 is Naver's second building. It is a building for the convergence of technology and design at Naver. Again, it's supposed to be a test bed. And the name 1784 is the address of this building. It also is the year the first industrial revolution started to take place. With the advancement of technology, Naver designers have much more at their dispense to broaden the fields in which they can design. So we want to go beyond the online world, and we want to enter the physical world to newly connect people's machines, space, and information using technology such as smart buildings, robots, and AI. Technology, we believe, is more effective when it is connected and converged. So, space, robots, humans need to be connected, and we want that space for connection to be available in 1784. Every day in 1784, the occupants will be faced with new challenges. We have a plethora of services that we're offering in this new building. The building infrastructure infrastructure is designed to be robot-friendly, and robotic services are designed to be human-friendly. So this means that we take into account everybody. Being robot-friendly also means being barrier-free for people with disabilities. All services and infrastructure are also created with Naver's own technology and design. The entire building is connected to a single app, making it easy to book meeting rooms, adjust temperature, lighting, dimming, and call elevators and more. And from office access to payments to robotic services, all can be done with facial recognition or smartphone apps. So you do not need your employee ID in order to access these services. So for instance, when I want to grab a cup of coffee while I'm working, I order from the app and a robot named Ruti delivers it to my seat. And I get notified of the robot's arrival and also the pickup process. So this is an entirely seamless process. Here on the screen, you can see the robot delivering a bento box. ARC is an acronym for AI, Robot, and Cloud. Currently, in 1784, there are about 100 robots, and in order to control these many robots simultaneously, a cloud system needs to be developed. So this is the monitoring screen of the robots delivering lunches during lunchtime. So we have a very strong cloud system to back up the robot services. We designed the robots' movements to be human-friendly as well, and we have created UX policies and guidelines to help it follow basic routes and also to avoid static and dynamic obstacles that don't exist on the map. And UX is also important for service managers and providers, not just users. So we set the height of the loading bins to avoid excessive bending. And we also designed it so that people don't have to reach out too much when loading or retrieving items. And Naver's designers even design robot elevators. This building holds 300 patents, and one of them has to do with the robot elevators. This is an example of a UX solution to the problem of efficient vertical movement for service robots, but there's a lot more to it. For elevators for humans, if the occupancy rate is low, then the service robot will take the robot as well. We are trying to create a new experience where technology, people, and space coexist, and we have been putting a lot of efforts to provide sophisticated services. We have also designed uniforms for employees, which are an indicator of the space, and we considered for comfort and usability based on the behavior of each job function, and the fabrics are all made from recycled yarn from waste plastics, and we have also created goods using the leftover textiles. As I mentioned earlier, we want to connect space, service, and users, and so we have a consistent UX applied throughout the entire building. And as you can see, many different teams collaborated for these 1784 projects. You can see that whenever there were new issues or new problems to be solved, new teams were made, and the planning alone took 8 years. And still, every day we are resolving issues. Many people who join us on the tour of this building say they're very envious because they say that it's easy to actually just build a building, but they are envious of the courage and the system that was put in place for us to carry out all these experiences and experiments. And they're also very jealous of the manpower, the sheer manpower that was gone into building this project. So we want to respect and connect the outside and the inside, the space and the people and the technology. Designers are designing the contact point between technology and human. So this is the most universal space. These spaces are all barrier-free, which means that robots can move around freely, and also people with disabilities have no problem moving around at all. And we also thought about how robots can coexist in the daily lives of people. So we talked about the inside and outside spaces, and we also thought about what would happen if we had more robots roaming the building. Because the building itself cannot move around, we tried to incorporate and account for these changes early on. These are partner rooms, and most partner rooms are conference rooms, and they are isolated. But we designed them so that our partners can naturally come across neighbor employees. And even if they do not go through reception with a mobile code, they can enter the building and hold a meeting with their neighbor partners. And of course, the robot also delivers coffee to this floor. We have 2 restaurants in this building. This is the one on the 5th floor. As you can see, you have one restaurant that's open and one that's closed. So the cafeteria opens and closes. So we talked about how we can use this space when it's not lunchtime and how we can use this cafeteria space. So the cafeteria opens and closes. And the exterior of the podium, it was treated with stainless steel perforated panels with a glare treatment rather than painting. The sub-tower was located in close proximity to the residential units in front of it, so it was difficult to avoid privacy complaints. So we had to consider the openness of the interior, and at the same time, the program for the lower floors hadn't been decided. So we applied the current horizontal louver kinetic system to flexibly respond to changes in the space and take into account the surrounding complaints. And here you can see that we block out the sunlight, but at the same time, you can look outside. So we took into consideration the angle in which the sunlight comes in and also the amount of sunlight. And you can see that the heights are designed differently as well. And we wanted to go beyond the green neighbor, the typical green neighbor. But we didn't want it to be too bland. As mentioned earlier, boring buildings may not be that beneficial for humans. So this is the design that we came up with. So overall, we do use diagonal lines, and this is especially so on the 28th floor. You can see that the space is quite open. And we have solar panels to increase energy efficiency. And this site is actually a very big area, and we did not build a single building. Rather, we broke up the space so that we can create pathways for sunlight and wind to move through. And we also modularized the office area. So the models are 4.35 to 4.35 meters. And these models, when put together, can create a small conference room. And it is actually very easy for the robots to find the person they're supposed to deliver to because it's all modeled. As I mentioned earlier, on the east side, there is a residential unit. And so we had to prevent glare that came from our buildings. And so we had to think about how we can lower the glare and at the same time offer a view from the inside. So your normal building has a low glare rate of 1.3%. The average in Korea is around 10%. And we are actually engaging with the community as well. So we have programs with the community. So we have an elementary school next to us, and we're actually opening up the building so that the children can use it to get to school. And this has been helpful for the company because some of the kids want to later join the company as well. And we also carry out training programs, and we have also come up with ways to introduce traditional markets online as well. I think I need to wrap up. I think what I want to highlight is that most of the spaces that Naver has created has gained LEED Platinum level. And corporates, I think, have responsibilities as well in terms of space. I think that we need to enhance the user experience. We also need to be able to create coexistent spaces. And I think that we also need to lead the way in terms of ideas that can be applied in the public realm. I don't think that designers should be scared of technology. I don't think they have to be hostile toward technology. I think if designers use technology as a tool, we can do so much more. What we need to be wary of is using technology for technology's sake. I think that with more tools in hand, designers are feeling more pressure because we have to design for new experiences and new issues and new problems. And I'm sure that all of you are familiar with these issues, and I hope that we can tackle these issues together. Today, we are talking about how we can humanize cities and what kind of mindset do we need to have. I think that we need to be certain of our identity, and the city needs to be certain of its identity, and then it needs to connect to its surroundings. I think when the digital and analog meet, this is especially more important. Cities have continued to evolve, and now we have to take into consideration humans and also the surrounding environment. So I think more than ever now, we need citizenry. And I understand that I'm joined by many different people, so I wanted to end by ending with hopes that I have. I hope that we can look at various connections in institutions and academia, and also the disconnect between them. And I hope that we can think about the work of today, but also consider the work of tomorrow and the day after tomorrow. And I wanted us to be able to express our ideas beautifully, but also to explore and discover new possibilities. So I hope that we can have affection and really be genuine in all areas of planning, implementation, and sustainability. Thank you very much.
네, 고맙습니다.
So thank you very much. That was a presentation by Choi So-hyun. So I'm sure that you were very touched by what she said, that we shouldn't just think about today, but really think about our decisions that will impact tomorrow. And she also discussed the role of design. So 2023 Seoul Design International Forum, this is going to be the last presentation for session 1. We're going to invite the CEO of Mom Studio. He's going to talk about from ideas to implementation, transforming limits into opportunities in design. Please welcome Mr. Lee Daru. Hello, everyone. Can you hear me? Should I speak louder? I'm small, so I think I might have to adjust the microphone. I am heading Mom Studio, and this is our slogan, Love, Play, Mom, and Love, Play, Peace. And so why is this slogan important? So from where we stand, we believe that ideas basically mean stories. And so today, I'm going to talk about some of the stories that were implemented by our studio and how these stories or ideas might have started out small, but how they grow is something I'm going to discuss. So I think our two speakers, they talked about love. So this is love in Korean, 사랑. So 사랑, what's written here is love. And so I wanted to approach this theme of love in a more simple approach. So I was actually asked by the Seoul Art Museum. They told me that there's a lot of people here, there's a lot of apartments, and we want to create a space dedicated to children. And so we looked for ideas. So we wanted to create a space that would give love to everyone. And so the person who inspired me was my son, who is here in the picture. So I was telling him about the challenge that I was facing, and he was at 7 at that time. He's in middle school right now. And you cannot see this place anymore, so it was a few years ago. But he said, I wish there was a tank where I could play with my friends. And he said, if the tank shoots out hard, everyone's going to laugh. And I thought that it would be wonderful. It would resonate with mothers and children. And so I took my son's drawing and I created a space like this. So you can see that there are holes there, and each of these holes are places where kids play, hide. It's a private space. And so based on my son's drawing, I created this space. And we do graphics, we design space and products.
If you look at design studios these days, they use an idea and apply it in various areas. So we created this pencil sharpener, and we wanted to convey our message through this pencil sharpener. So it's in the shape of a heart. So love, peace, maum. We have an Instagram account. So if you can go to the Instagram account, you can buy these merchandise. So here you have one pencil sharpener, 5 pencil sharpeners, and then you can see here 6 pencil sharpeners. So in our showroom, what we have, this is also a pencil sharpener. And we created this hammerman, and this was also inspired by my son. So he said that maybe people are sort of powerless, so they need more power. And so he actually drew a picture on a tissue box. And so you can use this hammer. And then we created a hammer using glass, which is a very sort of softer material, lighter material. And in our showroom, it's on the first floor. And we also show hearts. So even when all the lights are turned off, these hearts are shown through light, and we thought that that would make the neighborhood, the community, brighter. So this is all very small designs. It doesn't seem grand, but it's to convey love. And then this is memory. Yes, so it says memory in Korean. Actually, I'm better at English, but I'm so nervous today. So Thomas is looking at me, so that's why I wanted to emphasize again. So good memory. And so we had to design an apron. So this is a very small project, and it was very low budget. But anyhow, at a daycare center, teachers would read to children, and they needed aprons. And I thought that the children, they might forget everything else, but they might remember the teacher's apron. So there's a huge leaf, and I might play under it. The leaf might envelope me, and I thought that that would be very meaningful for kids. That would create a great memory for kids. So here you can see that within this space, the kids can come together. So the kids are in one place, and it's creates great memories for kids. So we created this very big hanging apron so that teachers and children can interact like this. So sometimes kids hide under this apron. So if kids pull at the apron might tear, or it might be a bit dangerous for kids. But you can see that here on this picture, they're gently playing with the apron, and you can see that if you fold it up, it becomes more compact. So we thought this project was good for us, but what we found out was, I guess somebody else thought that it was a great project. And so another daycare center commissioned a project. And when I thought about the budget, I analyzed the budget. So for one daycare center, I would be catering to only 15 to 18 kids. And I thought that I had to do something really creative. And we felt that we needed to create something that could be shared with more children. So daycare center children, their speech development is very slow. Because if you're at home with, your parents all the time, you might pick up language quickly. But if you're at a daycare center, there's a lot of children, and so language development might be a little bit slower, relatively speaking. So we wanted to use the 5 senses of children. And also, there's not a lot of, privacy at a daycare center for kids. So we wanted to create a playmat that helps to give them privacy and also helps them to use their five senses. And so in 35 daycare centers, we supplied this playmat. So from the top, it looks like a flower. So the teachers, they can put in leaves, soybeans, plastic to create an area where children can use their five senses. You can make it use different materials. And then next is fun. Yes. So that's fun in Korea. No, I should stop bragging off my English skills. It seems like I'm not really impressing anyone. But anyhow, if you're Korean, you know which brand this pen belongs to. So we created 3 shops for this company called Monami. So after creating a space for 10 months, we wanted to give people some benefits. So it's a DIY pen. So you can create this Monami pen depending on your own individual preferences. So DDP, Seoul Design. Anyhow, I don't want to make a mistake and give you the wrong name, but anyhow, in DDP, we created a concept store. So the pen cost about $10 to $15. And at that time, when I went to DDP to do a tour, there were a lot of middle school and high school students there experiencing this space. So I thought they would eventually become the consumer of Monami. And I thought maybe $10, $15 was too expensive for a student. So Monami was a very affordable pen that anybody could buy. So I thought maybe kids can create their own pen at 500 won or $5. And I thought that it would be a wonderful idea because these kids eventually would become the future customer of Monami. And for people who cannot make their own pen at the pop-up store, we created these packages. So this is Respect. I'm going to try to skip this, but in Jeju, there is a museum called Podo Museum, and Lee Mi-soon, he was the architect behind it, so he created Podo Hotel. And at the time, the concept was if you go to a typical house in Jeju Island, you can see like these vines and straws. And that was his inspiration to create the Podo Hotel. And we wanted to respect the original architect and also the culture of Jeju. And so we created Podo Museum. So you can see it looks like the straws have been knotted and connected through the furniture. And you can't really see it, but this is all acrylic. So even if it's the same acrylic, if you carve it deep, it looks very dark. So this is our furniture that we created, and here you can see that even the round shapes took inspiration from the natural surroundings in Jeju. This is imagination. So at the Monami concept store, one of the things we did was a lot of young people like the area Songsu. And Pilot is a Japanese pen. It's very functional, but I felt that it sort of lacked emotion. And so we wanted to see how we could instill great memory from the Pilot pen. And so we created this folder. So when we created this space for the pen Pilot, so here you can draw dots or you draw lines. And so based on this, we created this space. So we use lines and circles to create this office. And we're not trying to show off what the inspiration for our design is. Here, it's an office where there's a lot of good text and good words. So when you read something that you really like, you probably jot it down. So here we have 100 folders, and you can write little notes. So you can write stories about how you meet up with a friend, if you fought with that friend, questions you ask another person when you want to get to know them better. So we thought that we wanted to create a very warm, inviting office. Next is value. I don't know if you know amnesty. Does anyone know what amnesty is? I brought a little present. If you raise your hand. Oh, I think Mr. Heatherwick, you raised your hand. I'm sorry, but I don't think you qualify. But anyhow, 2 people raised their hand. So I don't think I can choose between the 2 people. I mean, Mr. Heatherwick just raised his hand, so there's 2 people who raised their hand. I can't choose anyone. But Amnesty International, they talk about human rights, and they do a lot of good for mankind, and they celebrated their 50th anniversary in Korea. So it says, better to light a candle than curse the darkness. That's their slogan. So they do a lot of different events where you write to people who are in very challenging situations. So we wanted to create a shop that showed equality, love, solidarity, and also promote Amnesty International and also all the work they do in terms of human rights. So our inspiration came from candle. So here you can see chosha, which literally means candle shop. I don't know if this would be interesting, but some people said, so a candle lights the world, and this was what was interesting. So in the invitation, we only sent people matchsticks. So in order to light a candle, you need matchsticks. So we only sent them matchsticks. And when they come to our showroom, we gave them a candle. So it was about connecting our hearts and minds. This is our showroom. So, there are some people who are wrongfully imprisoned, and when they come home, we want to welcome them. So the furniture here looks at images related to hope, equality, and here are the candlesticks and candle holders. So there was a person who was imprisoned wrongfully, and he wears glasses, and we try to show solidarity. So I brought a gift, but 2 people raised their hands, so I can't choose who to give the gift to. So here you have adult, 2 kids. It's trying to show equality through design. And if you sit here, you have to sit together. And the reason why we came up with this design is because we wanted to show solidarity. So they have different expressions, and you can choose these different expressions, and it's about, learning how other people feel as well. And this is the last part. This is nature, and this is called present. So in Daeri Art Gallery, there was a exhibition 6 years ago called Paper Presenter, and at Paper Present, they showcase this. You can see it looks like a leaf, and it's paper. And we created this environment using paper. And the biggest issue for us then was that from a designer's perspective, no matter how much you love nature, sometimes you just imitate nature.
And I read somewhere a book by Yoon Kwang-jae. He said, nature isn't imitating, it's about being moved by nature. And I felt that, even if it's nature made by man, it should move people. So I thought about how can I move people, and so that is how we came up with Paper Present. So we actually used a lot of paper, so that people could touch the paper, but no one touched the paper. So I have a lot of paper left, because if people touch the paper, I was going to replace it with new paper, but people didn't touch the paper. So in NMT Busan, there is a new hotel. And in the new hotel, we created an exhibition space. Here you can see love and hope. So how can love give hope? That's what we thought about. So here you have a house. The roof looks very heavy. So you can see it's broken in the middle. Well, it's not really broken. I just wanted to intentionally look like it's broken. There's just too much love, and so it just couldn't handle all the love. If you go inside this house, there is love and hope. So why don't we go inside the house of love and hope? So I didn't prepare a video, so we're going to look at pictures. So you follow this trail, and here you see love and hope. So this love heart changes into a flower, and if you can still see it. It's a kinetic movement. So when people go somewhere, I think that if you're full of love and hope, it's wonderful. So that's why I thought of love and hope. So here we started from love, memory, and through design, I think if we can continue to build this sort of warmth, then the city where individuals live in, I think the city could become more inclusive through this very warmth. So we started off talking about stories, and I'm going to end my presentation with stories. So thank you very much. That was CEO Hidaru from Maum Studio. So I think that it was very warm, designs full of warmth and a lot of detail. So I hope that we can design our cities, remembering all these important keywords. So the presentations for the first session are over, and based on the city of today, we are going to imagine the city of tomorrow. So through a new vision, we're going to try to look at how we can create cities with emotion. So as I mentioned before, Seoul is not just trying to create a great city to live in, they're trying to humanize their city through designs. They want to invigorate the city and make the city a more lively place. So they have 5 principles for creating Design 2.0 Seoul. And so we would now like to invite the Director General to the stage for his presentation.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I understand this is the most excruciating time of a forum. Unfortunately, the topic of my presentation may not be that easy. Personally, I'm very honored and pleased to have Mr. Heatherwick and also Mr. Ban with us to look at all these issues. And I think the designs introduced by Mr. Lee just now also was very nice as well. So now I want to elaborate on Seoul City's design strategy. Design Seoul 2.0 is about creating an enjoyable, lively city. This is an overview of my presentation. I will first give you some background to Design Seoul 2.0. In 2006, Mayor Oh spoke about culture, economy, and cultural city in his inaugural speech. And then in 2007, in his New Year's speech, he talked about Seoul's brand. And in fact, to include a line in the New Year's speech, all teams and departments work very hard. In 2007, we started to think about how we can transform Seoul into a soft city, i.e., a human-centered city. I think the theme of today's forum is here on the first line of Soft City. It says human-centered city in Korean. These were the key words of urban design and public design of 2007. And I think that some of them are still valid today and some are not. So 17 years has passed since 2007, and there are some keywords that you feel fit right in today. And if you look at designing a city or a city's design strategy, there is a cycle, and it's relieving to see that some keywords that we can apply today can be found 17 years ago. And we also carried out a review and analysis of different urban design trends and agendas around the world. I think Seoul needs to learn from other cities, but now we also have to think about what we are capable of and in what areas we can lead the way. Here, this is a recommendation from the United Nations. It says conserve energy at home, walk, bike, use public transportation, eat lots of vegetables, and we consider traveling, which emits a lot of CO2. I think for me personally, these 10 impactful actions seemed quite far-fetched initially, but I think if you design a city well, citizens will be able to engage in impactful actions and enjoy these actions. And here are the 17 Sustainable Development Goals. And the SDGs seem quite irrelevant to the city of Seoul at first glance. But if you look deep into the city, there are elements of issues related to the 17 Sustainable Development Goals in Korea as well. And Design Seoul is also about creating a responsible city, and it is engaged in ODA projects. So from this view, it seems that we have to accommodate for so many different elements. And taking all of this into consideration, what is an appropriate design strategy? And perhaps we are just trying to come up with something that sounds nice. So in 2021 and 2022, when the mayor was inaugurated again, he mentioned Design Seoul. So he revived the Design Seoul strategy of 10 years ago. 13 years ago, Design Seoul 1.0 was very important, obviously, but we needed to think hard about what direction we wanted to go with the Design Seoul 2.0. So allow me to share with you our vision. We wanted to create a city where citizens can enjoy themselves and also realize a civic creativity. But one of the most important visions was to be faithful to global standards and yet really highlight Seoul's identity. Here are 5 strategies. First is the spatial strategy, and the second is the time strategy. And we wanted to make these strategies easy to understand for architects and designers. So for the first spatial strategies, we included enjoyable walks, easy access, and inspiring stays. I think when we look at the presentation by Mr. Heatherwick and Mr. Ban, these spaces look enjoyable and they are easy to access. Seoul also has a lot of history. It went through the Joseon dynasty, it was occupied by Japan, and so there are layers of history in Seoul. And in the time strategy, we want to embody Seoul's modernity and future. If you look at Seoul spaces, there are castles and the Gwanghwamun Square that embody the history. If you look at Seoul's modernity, however, it is highlighted through K-pop. So I think we need to take a look at Seoul's modernity and history. And we have to connect these two in order to create a new future. Next, I want to elaborate on the 5 principles. I went through a lot of design principles from all over the world, and I really wanted to include principles that are really applicable to Seoul. The first principle is empathetic design. I think with city design, if you don't win the hearts of citizens, it's hard to really realize the design. If you are living in Seoul, it means that you share a collective memory, and space is very important in a city's collective memory. And each of these 5 principles are comprised of 3 sub-principles. So if you look at cooperation and design diplomacy, I think I can take an example of park design. For Seoul to be a good city, we can be a good city by contributing to the development of other cities. And next, I want to go about the projects and initiatives. We want to create empathetic design that shows the pride and pleasure of Seoul's uniqueness. And so we have promotion strategies for different landscapes. And we have analyzed some issues and problems related to Seoul's architecture. So we have built a bigger framework to understand these issues and to overcome these issues. So we are going to take into consideration how we are going to create a night view, an entry view. I think that Seoul is a city with really strong design fundamentals, and we continue to upgrade Seoul's design fundamentals. As part of those efforts, we are going to redefine Seoul's color to create a beautiful night view and identity for the city, and we will also reorganize Seoul's colors, which we selected in 2008. The mayor has said that true welfare is providing health and well-being and enjoyment to the citizens in their everyday lives. So we aim to define Seoul's fun design through leisure, satire, humor, and imagination. This is a bench called Seoul Drop, and it's actually made from concrete, but it's very comfortable. And these have been installed near the Han River, so citizens can enjoy the view of Han River on these benches. If you go to the Han River, there's the wind blowing and you have the view of the river. And we believe that this small bench can add to the enjoyment of the everyday life by providing a place for citizens to sit and enjoy the river. And of course, in carrying out these initiatives, we are also keeping in mind the enjoyment that media elements can bring. And we have also created Seoul Lights. This has to do with first creating spaces and then fostering the media industry and then creating festivals that citizens can come to. This year, we are going to hold a show like this in Gwanghwamun Square. So this is a media show, and this will provide enjoyment for the citizens, but at the same time, this pertains to promoting and creating an entire industry. And this is Seoul Light DDP, and I believe that DDP expresses the modernity and the future of Seoul. And I think that will be a space for many artists. And we are creating a lot of space for experiments that can be done with media elements and also these laser shows. And the second principle is inclusive design. So far in Seoul, designs have been based on life cycles. Now, we want to move away from that and design for multiple generations. And this is just a picture we got offline, but we want to create spaces that transcends generations. So we want to create spaces where the elderly can have conversations with the young. We want to create spaces where parents can enjoy the space with their children. In Seoul, we designed what was called a 100-year-old yard. It's a very small park, and elderly citizens can do simple activities and workouts there. And it turns out the elderly really love this space, but also people in their 50s and 60s. And so this can also be a transgenerational space as well. I believe that Seoul's every day should be filled with art. In 2007, we carried out the City Gallery project. And now we are going to push ahead and create 7 urban art centers in and around the city. We could install art, but in order for that to be genuine art, we need citizens to enjoy the art. So I think that we will have to install and create art that is welcomed by the citizens. This has been developed by an architect. So if you look at art lately, you can see that different types of creators come together to create something for cities. For instance, these lighting structures. And we also want to employ hanging art. And we believe art pieces like these hanging art pieces offer an element of surprise to the everyday lives of citizens in the city. Unlike other cities, there are many mountains in Seoul. So we are trying to develop a specialized universal design for Seoul. So we want to make hiking trails that are especially appealing to the citizens, and we also want to enhance accessibility of the mountains to foreign tourists as well. And of course, we want to design specific spots in the mountains as well. And we also want to create more public spaces and facilities for pets because there are many more people who own pets in Korea now. And the next principle is for Seoul to become an exemplary city. That means we will engage in more cooperation and exchange. Currently, we are going to apply a design perspective to all administrations. This is the book reading place at Seoul Plaza. We have developed this through spatial consulting and brand design. And this is a very beloved space for Seoulites. So I think it's time for government and business to join hands. And we plan to serve as a platform to support social and environmental activities of companies and universities. And we are also developing public design guidelines in English and sharing them with less developed countries. And so we want to become a city that can contribute to the development of other cities as well. And we also want to build resilient design to keep people safe, healthy. And through COVID, we all, I'm sure, felt how important and valuable our daily lives are. Seoul has registered standardized safety design pictograms. And these designs actually received an award from IF. And we have upgraded the safety of construction sites in Seoul with standardized safety designs as well. In Seoul right now, around 80% construction sites have applied these designs. And I believe that the uptake is increasing by private construction sites as well. And as you know, we are seeing heavier rainfall during the summer seasons. So we are trying to increase the citizens' sense of safety by developing flood safety designs and also designing facilities using safety colors. Of course, all of this will not happen overnight, but I believe that we will be able to move along with the cooperation of the citizens. And active design, as you know, started in New York and the UK to address obesity. So we are actually trying to create active stadiums, and we are also trying to design a space for the blind as well. The visually impaired really want to have a space where they can run around safely. So we are considering that as well. Post-COVID, many people, many citizens are opting for counseling and therapy. So we are actively spreading the Mind Garden, a counseling space that heals citizens' trauma. And we also are creating spaces for youths who are addicted to their cell phones. And these spaces increase contact with nature to deal with overdependence on cell phones. What you see here is not an example of a project in Seoul, but another city. So benches were created in this case with recycled plastic, and this is the direction that we want to go as well. I think we were inspired by Mr. Ban's paper buildings, and we are in the process of trying to get familiar with technology and technique around the world that will allow us to use more recycled material. And we also created a design industry promotion ordinance and the design industry comprehensive plan. And we are trying to build a digital industry ecosystem. And we need to collaborate with different bureaus and different companies. We obviously need to collaborate and exchange with international organizations as well. And we will continue to expand smart facilities around the city. So this is something you will be able to enjoy perhaps around next year. And we have been building digital canopies and seeing how this fit into the overall design 2.0 and design of the city. The city of Seoul aims to build a safe and healthy city, a city that is economically prosperous, a city where people can feel pride and enjoyment. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your presentation. That was a presentation on Design Seoul 2.0. He gave us a brief overview of Seoul's vision and the diverse efforts and initiatives that is being produced by the Seoul Metropolitan Government. As a Seoulite, I found it extremely useful. Thank you very much, Mr. Choi, for your presentation.
So we're going to move on to the second presentation for session 2. She is the Dean of Cornell University, AAP, and the co-founder. And she's going to talk about going public and the city alchemist through design. So please welcome Dean Yoon with a warm round of applause.
안녕하세요. It's truly an honor to be here. The title of this talk is called Going Public. It's a term I'm borrowing from the business world. Going public is also synonymous with an initial public offering, an IPO, and that's when a private company raises outside capital for the first time. And in doing so, it accepts larger responsibilities. So I want to co-opt this term today, going public, in the context of cities and humanizing our cities. For me, the term signals a shift in thinking about cities as a common good, and in the act of city making, have greater responsibilities to the public. If we survey the present, we find ourselves in an awkward moment where everything we had been taught about social distancing and the pandemic has shifted, and we're finding out that we have to learn what it means to be social again. Today, we all experience an oversaturation of technology, not only in our daily lives, but in our engagement with our cities, where every interaction, from traffic cams to digital twins, is monitored, modeled, and mediated. But while advancements in technology are accelerating at an unprecedented rate, we find that our cities are more vulnerable than ever before. In addition to the entrenched socioeconomic challenges many global cities face, the impacts of climate change are affecting our cities at record rates, with more and more climate catastrophes, record heat waves, sea level rise. The challenges cities will face in the future are unprecedented. So in the face of all these layered challenges, as designers, planners, urbanists, where do we have insight and agency, and how do we imagine, design, and build for a better world? So in my own practice, I've focused on design of public spaces, public buildings, and the public realm. Personally, I've been always fascinated by the rules in our public spaces. Unfortunately, often these rules emphasize what we cannot do in our public spaces as opposed to what the public is enabled to do. I've been equally fascinated by social norms and behaviors in our public spaces and how the public realm is actually made by the public users themselves. In Vito Acconci's 1969 following piece, he maps the public realm by adhering to a set of rules. He follows a person in public space until that person passes a threshold into private space, and he waits and he follows the next person in the public space again, mapping his experience as well as the unwritten social codes of public and private realms. So my earliest work integrated responsive technologies to activate the public realm. This is a project in Athens, Greece for the Olympics. And it proposed a following piece of sorts where light and sound would follow an individual as they walk through the space. By doing so, it created this immersive space where the public would be mediated by this light and sound. So Swing Time similarly activated public space through interaction, but here more specifically with play. The Boston Convention Authority had a very big piece of land that was very desolate and bare, and they asked us to design something that would attract the public, and we designed this piece called Swing Time. Basically, if you swing, there's an accelerometer in the swing, and it lights different colors as you swing higher and higher off the ground. And so it attracted and created a place. It turned this kind of empty space into a place, so much so that it was very, very actively used in all sorts of ways, and maybe one could even say it was actually abused. The client asked us to develop some rules. And so similar to the rules in Kowloon Park, we wanted to create a set of rules that had more things you could do than things you could not do, and even it condoned public displays of affection. So I think public spaces, to be successful, they need to be highly site-specific and very sensitive to climate. This is a project that was part of a traffic calming exercise. So we call this a road diet in the United States, where streets are becoming more pedestrianized and bike-friendly by removing lanes from the road. And so the project became what to do with this kind of traffic island and how could we turn it into a public space. So the idea was to think about in Phoenix, Arizona, where it's very, very hot, maybe the only way to make a public space was to create shade. So instead of creating a private parasol, we opted to create a public parasol. It's a series of aggregated pentagonal shapes that's open to the airflow, very specifically designed for this longitude and latitude to create the maximum amount of shade in some of the hottest parts of the day and in the seasons. And during the day, it's absorbing the energy from the sun and allowing the space to be actively used in the evenings. And I do think as we move on in time, we'll see more and more cities become nocturnal given the extreme heat. So one of the opportunities I see in public space is piggybacking on public infrastructure. This is an image of downtown Boston. This is downtown Crossing. And it was an empty site. It was called the Filene's Basement site. And this was the T station, the subway station that occupied the site. And we were asked to transform it into a public space. It was through a public-private partnership, and we transformed that T station into a head house that would provide an amphitheater for the public. So basically, we doubled the amount of square footage by allowing the roof of the T head house to be a public space. On one side, you can go down into the subway, and on the other side, it performs this space to engage in urban theater. If you walk by, sometimes you will hear a random opera singer or a musician, and it's been used in all kinds of public events. But I think what's most enjoyable about being in this space is just watching, people watching and enjoying the kind of urban theater of everyday life. So large-scale transformations of the city are an opportunity to create more than an amenity as a public park, but through those opportunities, more urban resiliency and climate mitigation. So the park is really an urban forest that over time will serve as the lungs of the city. This project is in Shanghai. You can see the UK pavilion here by Heatherwick Studio. And in 2010, the expo brought amazing structures for a short period of time that then disappeared and were recycled. And the site was left empty after 2010 for almost a decade. The city opted to transform this kind of derelict industrial site into a new urban park. And we competed to design a set of bridges that would bridge people from the public subway to the park. Now, I think China has a very rich history of bridges in gardens. And what was most notable about some of these bridges is that they're not point A to point B and direct and immediate, but they zigzag to create a kind of different understanding and appreciation of the landscape. So instead of designing two pedestrian bridges that were wide enough for emergency vehicles and fire trucks, we opted to create one giant plaza with a big set of holes that would frame the water. So this was our competition rendering, and this is the project as recently completed. And what's interesting about the creation of this set of bridges is that it's trying to mediate somewhere between being a plaza and being a bridge, and also being a kind of meander or nook. So we don't want people to cross directly, we want them to stop and linger and look at this incredible landscape. And in doing so, the project actually has to mediate some challenging scales, from that of an emergency vehicle to that of the human body. And we work really hard in the studio with 1-to-1 scale drawings to get the kind of human scale right, so that these large-scale projects can still feel appropriately scaled in the city. So as we build public infrastructure and parks, we need to remember that cities really will be on the front line of climate change. The world has never been more urban. And while over 80% of global GDP is produced in cities, they also consume almost 80% of the world's energy and produce 75% of greenhouse gas emissions. So as cities around the world grow, so do the compounding urban and environmental challenges ahead. Thus, every structure needs to be climate responsive, both in terms of embodied carbon, we heard a lot about that earlier this afternoon, and operational carbon. So this project, the Helio House, is in Shenzhen, which is also an extremely hot and humid climate. And the building proposes a self-shading structure, so a giant canopy that shades itself and also shades and extends that shade generously into the public space. So the client wanted this amenity structure to be transparent, so it's a very simple glass box, but it has this very urban scale roof canopy, which creates self-shade. So the louvers become really important, and we worked on the geometry of the louvers such that they maximize the diffuse light, but minimize heat gain. So it creates this unique geometry on your bottom right of the page, and those were custom extrusions that were made. This shows the kind of section. And what this unique geometry does is truly enable the minimum amount of material to create the maximum amount of shade with the least amount of heat gain. And so you can see in the kind of models how much more shade this creates to reduce the operational energy of the building. So I love trees. We saw a lot of trees today. And I think one thing that's interesting about the way we think about trees, or the way we should think about trees, is that they're really a form of distributed public infrastructure. This project is actually a research project in my lab where we looked at publicly available data. It combines the New York City tree census data and a New York City 2017 LiDAR scan. So that's a high-resolution scan of the whole city. These data are publicly available, but we combined them to create a kind of interface which allowed anyone to zoom into any block in the city, understand every single tree species available, the massing of the buildings, and the relationship of the trees and the built environment. And we would find that, in fact, trees were being planted, probably in areas that were not necessary for planting, and then other areas very much in need of reducing heat island effect were lacking in this amount of shade. So this tool became useful to demonstrate to the city and public agencies the need for more equitable distribution of this kind of urban resource. As much as I would love to build all our cities with trees, architecture has an important role to play, I think, in humanizing the city and contributing to the public realm. Boston is a very historic city, built on a lot of landfill. And this project, 212 Stewart Street, is sited right on the edge of a very cute Boston neighborhood with 2 3-story buildings and the high spine of 20, 25-story buildings. So the site has to mediate these 2 scales in the city. This is where it's located in Boston. And this site, even though it is prime real estate in Boston, had been passed up by developers year after year after year and stood vacant for decades and was used essentially as a parking lot. We were fortunate to meet a very imaginative group of young startup developers who took on this project, which had multiple challenges, not only the smallness of the site, but the negotiation with the historic neighborhood and the city to build a 20-story residential building. So the building itself tries to break down its scale and humanize its scale through these multi-layer coursings. It looks at the kind of material palette of the immediate surroundings, particularly the neighborhood. And as a design, it proposed these multi-story flutes that would add depth and texture because buildings are getting flatter and flatter. And so would provide enough texture to resonate both with the kind of taller buildings, but also the immediate scale. And so you can see the John Hancock building in the background, and then this kind of fluted geometry of the panels. There's 8 units per floor. Again, a very, very small footprint. We kept the footprint small in order to maximize this pedestrian walkway next to connect the neighborhood to the city. The front side is pretty, I guess, normative for a commercial street, but where the effort and work happened with the city and the community was actually to bring the building down to the ground on the side and the back, and to preserve and widen this pedestrian connection to the city and to the park across the street. And the innovation in the building type is actually the creation of 2 townhouse units, which makes no sense for a multifamily high-rise building. But these 2 townhouses were absolutely integral in making a kind of neighborhood. So it also has stoops and stairs and planters and faces the neighbors across the street. I also think institutions have a really important part to play in contributing to the urban fabric, to make their campuses accessible and a community benefit. We often talk in the United States of the tension between town and gown, because many universities do not pay taxes. And so how do they give back to their immediate community? If any of you know MIT, the kind of symbolic entry gateway is 77 Massachusetts Avenue, which is where, the cars would drop people off. But over the last 2 decades, of course, the T station has become really the gateway to MIT. And so if you look at the 77 Mass Ave entry, it's very grand, columns, and you go up the stairs. But 99% of people arrive at MIT through its other gateway, which looks like this. After many, many decades, MIT finally decided to invest in Kendall Square, and it proposed 4 very large buildings, but really took the opportunity to think about a new gateway to MIT with 2 buildings in particular, one that would house the MIT Museum and the other that would house the Welcome Center and a graduate dormitory. It also provided a large park that was accessible and open to the public, MIT is a very open campus, even though it's a little intimidating, unlike other campuses nearby, which are gated. So if you zoom in to this gateway, it has the subway. So here is the new gateway, the new subway entry designed by Nada. And then on your right is a building by Weissman Freddy. And the MIT Museum, which we design, occupies the first 3 floors of that building, the podium. And initially, we were told the galleries should be on the 2nd floor and the administrative offices on the 3rd floor. But we thought it would be very important to actually extend the gallery sequence up, spiraling through the building. So not unlike, I would say, an urban gesture that would shift things from being seen as front of house and back of house to a kind of more side of house model. The design actually works really hard to create a window into MIT. The museum is a collecting museum. It also has K through 12 education spaces. There are a lot of faculty and students that use the museum. And so extending this sense of a kind of public space from outside in was really critical. The museum is also free to all members of the MIT community, but also the Cambridge city community. And in this gesture, you can see how the MIT Museum mirrors the Welcome Center and the section there. So if you take the stairs, grand stairs up, you move into the exhibition spaces, and then on the 2nd floor, you go through a series of exhibitions, and then you find yourself at another elevation change, and you take this grand stair up to, again, the 3rd floor. And the stairs are designed to be very urban in nature, and there are many events and talks hosted impromptu and formally in these spaces. And I think you can see as you move through the museum this kind of resonance with a kind of urban attitude towards the public as they move in. The last 2 projects I want to show deal with public memory and public history. The Collier Memorial at MIT honors campus officer Sean Collier, who was shot and killed in the wake of the Boston Marathon bombing by the Tsarnaev brothers. It was a traumatic moment for both the city and the MIT campus community, and we heard often this phrase, Boston strong, MIT strong. And I was asked to design a memorial to honor Sean's life and service. It was a very traumatic project in many ways to deal with a kind of loss of life and the first killing on MIT's campus. So to think about this concept of strong, the design consists of not brute strength, but the idea that we are strong together. The design consists of 5 half arches that lean into each other and support each other. And then beyond that, 32 solid blocks of stone built like a historic ancient arch and vault as a fully compressive structure that is individual solid blocks of stone alone, but they work together to support the whole structure through just physics and gravity. And you can see the scale of some of these blocks of stones that are suspended in the air. So it creates a sheltered space to remember Sean's life, but it's also a porous space that acts as a kind of part of the everyday landscape on campus. The last project I want to share is the Memorial to Enslaved Laborers at UVA. The University of Virginia is heralded for embodying the ideals of American democracy founded by Thomas Jefferson, signer of the Declaration of Independence, the third president of the United States, the founder and architect of the University of Virginia, and owner of over 600 men, women, and children during his lifetime. So this historical marker at UVA tells the story of its history with no mention of slavery. And the first official recognition of this hidden history was in the form of an expression of regret issued by UVA's Board of Visitors in 2007. In 2012, this untold history became even more tangible to the university community when archaeologists discovered 70 unmarked graves. And that's the same year the UVA president commissioned the President's Commission on Slavery at the university. And one of the recommendations was to create a memorial to that enslaved community. We had a collaborative team: Mabel Wilson, Frank Dukes, Greg Bleem, Eric Howler, Eto Otutigbe. Namju was the project architect, and she's here in the audience. We engaged in the community engagement process, and what we heard and what we learned was that from the community, they did not want a monument that stood as an object in space. We heard over and over again the memorial had to be a space in and of itself, a space for the community of the present to learn from the past to advance the work of commemorative and racial justice today. So historians estimated that there are approximately 4,000 enslaved who worked at UVA. And as part of this 6-month engagement process, we worked closely with historians. And one of the kind of transformational moments was a moment that the community simply gathered in a circle. The memorial takes its form from that notion of gathering together in a circle. It's 80 feet in diameter, which is the same diameter as the rotunda, which is enclosed, but the memorial is a shallow bowl open to the sky. It has multiple surfaces for gathering, libation, and representation. And it's very, very gradual. So as you go down into the memorial, you lose the horizon line around you, and something very, very subtle that started as a curb becomes a wall. And there's a timeline. There's a representation of Isabella Gibbons' eyes on the exterior surface. But what I wanted to share a little bit more in depth was the recognition of the community of enslaved. So as I mentioned, we know that there were 4,000 enslaved, but for most, we don't know their names. Their names are unknown, and they're recorded as such by their laborer or by simply this term unknown. So the idea became to create a kind of genealogical cloud in which there'd be a memory mark, a kind of gash for 4,000 of these gashes, and where we knew a name, we would put it above the line. If we knew a kinship relationship, or if we knew an occupation or labor, we would put it and inscribe it on the line. But you can see this line is not a standard line. It's kind of cuts deep like a wound into the stone. And what that enables is after the rain, it holds the water a little bit longer, so the stone dries around it faster, and then the memorial seems like it's crying or bleeding. And the ambition is that it is not a complete memorial, that it is an open and living memorial. And as new names are discovered, like in this case, the Hearn family, through archival research and genetic testing, then their ancestors are also inscribed and carved directly into the stone. The memorial dedication did not happen in spring 2020 due to COVID, but when the fence was removed, what happened was One person took a knee in remembrance of the murder of George Floyd. She took a knee for 9 minutes. Then half a dozen joined her, and then a larger group joined her, and then a large amount of the community took a knee to remember the violence and injustice that persists in the wake of slavery. So we need both to deeply understand our past and our history to make our future better. So I'd like to end the talk with just a few takeaways of going public with our cities and what that means, I think, and what's critical about that for our collective future. I think going public for our cities means more just and equitable cities, more resilient, both social and environmentally resilient cities, and more adaptive to the climate challenges ahead. And we need to remind ourselves that we should see the public realm as part of public infrastructure. Technology can be a powerful tool, but it's almost never the solution. We can collectively, across both public and private sectors, humanize the city one project at a time. And we're designing the public realm for the public, so they need to be invited into the design process. So we have a critical role to play in designing the future and making our cities responsible for the common good, and I talk about that in one of the chapters in our recent book. But I wanted to close the talk actually with the words of Buckminster Fuller, who carried this goal to make the world work for 100% of humanity through spontaneous cooperation and without ecological offense or the disadvantage of anyone. And I hope we can all live up to that aspiration. Thank you. 감사합니다.
네, 고맙습니다. 윤미진 학장님 강연.
Thank you very much, Mi-jin, for your presentation. She introduced many different projects that were implemented in the public space. She shared with us a very diverse experience. Now I would like to invite the last speaker for the day. The last speaker is Mr. Song In-hyuk, CEO of Unique Good Company. The title of his presentation is The Innovative City for the Next Generation, Advancing Towards Ultra Connectivity and the Real World.
현실 도시의 매력을 강화할 수 있는
To look at the experiential contents that can help the quality of life in cities. Hello everyone, it's a pleasure to see you. I didn't pronounce it correctly, but it's been quite inspiring today. So we've been talking about space, and we talked about humanizing, embracing space. And today my presentation will focus on us. So the title of my presentation is Play the City. Do you know what this song is? Yes, this is a theme song for children's animation, Pororo. If children were joining us today, what would happen? They'd be all over the place. They're like, oh, it's boring. And they would be all over the place. When you think about children just need 3 things: playground, toys, friends. That's all they need. So if they have a playground, they can play with just about anybody. And if they're not having fun, they can come up with something else to play with inside that playground. We have money to buy toys. We can do everything. But I'm sure that a lot of you feel that you had more fun in your childhood. There's a child in all of us, and you want to go back to that time. You want to be a kid again. And our playground is the city. And so how do we create a city where people come together and not only have meaningful discussions or read things, but how can they become the stars of the city? So, do you like games? I really love games. I'm in my late 40s, but I played Call of Duty for 1 hour last night. I love games, and I love different kinds of games. Do you like movies? Do you watch a lot of movies? I watch a lot of Disney Plus, Netflix, just like you, and I've been watching a lot of the OTT service moving. So you probably watch a lot of movies through Netflix, and sometimes you might go to the movie theater. I always try to go to the movie theater on the day that it's released. So in our everyday lives, we really enjoy games and movies. And when you think about games and movies, where do you experience games and movies? Usually probably home. Or maybe you're on the move, or maybe for a movie you might be at a movie theater. The space where you experience things, whether it's your workplace or whether it's your home, that place is not that different. But the type of movie you see, the type of game you play will draw you into a completely different world. So if you're watching a fantasy movie, your space will seem very mystical, magical. If you're watching a scary horror movie, just the smallest sound from your room might scare you. Form follows function. So space defines experience. That's what we're used to. But when you think about movie and games, it is stories that define experiences. It is the stories that define our space. So depending on what movie you're watching, what game you're playing, your space changes. You don't need to wait. So many people might watch the same movie or play the same game, but you don't have to wait. You can get immediate access because these stories are distributed and they're consumed and they can become an industry. What about reality? This is our reality. Space defines contents. So we're used to this. So if you go to a cafe, you're going to drink coffee. If you go to a museum or art gallery, you'll probably just walk past and look at the pictures. Everyone goes to that space, but the experiences they have or the contents they experience is the same. If it's a very popular place, everyone has to have the same experience, so you're lining up. In Singapore, I took a family trip, and there is this magnificent place called 1,000 Steps. If you want to take this picture there, this is what happens. You have to usually wait maybe an hour up to maybe 3 hours. So for that just minute, just that second, you have to go through this very hard process of waiting in long queues. So experience itself is boring. You have to line up. If you line up, it means it's not distributed. It means it cannot become an industry. But when you think about traveling, despite the fact that you have to line up at places, you want to go on a trip. Why do we want to go on a trip? Why do we want to travel? I love movies, I love games, and I believe it's the same need. Basically, you want to remove yourself from your ordinary everyday life. You want to be the star, and you want to have a really special experience. But in the space is the star. What if we change this, flip this? What if your experience in this space is more interesting and fun than just watching a movie or playing a game? What if our space in reality is like a movie or a game? Then it would be really fun and interesting. So this is actually a game that we created. So you'll be able to play the game just like the people here. So people are experiencing the world of the game. So this is a bookstore, and you find a mysterious phone. The phone rings, and you suddenly become an independence fighter.
and there's a huge crisis, and you have a special mission of delivering the funds for this independence movement, and you end up visiting historical places, but you're not just gonna watch it passively. You're gonna try to find clues, and just like a movie star, you have to experience and explore the space. And at the end of this game, people are so deeply touched and moved, and they remember this experience forever, and they remember all the places they explored. We talked about space design. We talked about how we're going to move people in that space. But one thing that we, I think, overlook is narrative. So we just made people read or watch the story. But what if you can actually, through your actions and through your reactions, unfold the narrative and interact with the space? Then any other cyber game, it would be interesting and fun. So you can decide where you want to go. Another person is not going to decide where you're going to go. You can decide, and you can play with other people or play on your own. And then if we are to actually adjust augmented reality, for example, you can open doors. If you show your camera, maybe something pops out. You receive phone calls, or maybe using the GPS, you find a location. So all of these wonderful things that you see in a movie, what if it really happens for you? It would be really interesting. So that's what I wanted to create. So we looked at a lot of immersive experiences that we could deliver through technology. So here you can see on the video use AR, chatbot, GPS, NFC. We used all types of technologies to create our solution. And it's called Real World. It's basically creating a portal where people can go off on an adventure immediately. So I'll show it to you in a little bit while. But there are contents you can enjoy indoors and outdoors. And we have tools that people can use to create things. So in 250 places in Korea and also in 18 countries around the world, creators come together to create contents that people can experience in the city. They can immediately play those games. So in 2022, we were selected as a MZ generation megatrend. So in your ordinary life, you're always looking for fun, interesting experiences, and you think, I want to be the star of my story. So in Seongsu, it's an area where it's very popular with young people. But in Seongsu, there is an area where there are a lot of industrial buildings. And people actually don't go to these places. I thought, what if I can make this a place that's interesting? So I actually set up 9 games of different genres that people can play. So over 10,000 people visited this place. It's become a landmark. So if you look here, there are people here, families, friends who are experiencing this space. And as I mentioned before, when people come together, they all want the same experience, so you have to line up. But here, you don't see anybody lining up because they're all experiencing their own story. And they don't really care about what other people are doing because they're experiencing their story. And so this very seemingly boring space becomes very interesting. And so it's so much fun. So people start inviting other people, and there's all these different games. So your home is the same space where you enjoy different games and different videos. But in a given space, if you have a lot of different contents, people keep visiting that space to experience different contents. So not in Korea, but around the world, we see a lot of cities declining. So you can see outside of Seoul metropolitan area, a lot of cities are experiencing the downsizing of their cities. Populations are leaving their cities, and they're leaving these cities. And there's a lot of experiences you can offer in these cities. And so with Gangwon province, we're actually trying to redevelop this mining area. So if you go to Gangwon province, there's a lot of wonderful places, but people just don't know about these places, especially young people. So you promote your province, but people just don't see it. So we thought, what if we let people experience the Gangwon province old mining town? So this is a pop-up store where people can play games and learn about the old mining town of Gangwon. And people play the games, and then they later end up visiting Gangwon province because they didn't know about this province, but now through the games and through our store, they learn about the province. And so they actually visit this old mining town. So if you actually search up old mining town, I'm sure there's a lot of negative images that come to your mind. But actually, with all of these initiatives, we were able to create a better image. Professor Yoon talked about the memorial. So memorials, museums are very meaningful spaces. And when we try to take kids, or when I try to take my kids, there's just a lot of, written text, and kids don't really want to go to museums. But there's a lot of great content. And I thought, what if we let people play this game? So with the Ministry of Veteran Affairs, we created contents called Lost Soldier, and you can experience the content. So you come to this place, you play a game, and after playing this game, people are deeply moved and touched. Not just Korean, but we have foreigners because our game is provided in various languages. So no one has to read anything, stuck to the wall. You basically follow your own pace and your own story. As you know, there was the Jamboree, World Jamboree incident in Korea, and there were so many Boy Scouts from UK. And it was not an easy job trying to supervise and guide such a large group of people. But if you have interactive contents like this, they just individually or with their friends play. So you don't need to guide or supervise a large group. And normally at a museum, you probably don't read the things that are written on the walls. But because they're playing these games, they're reading everything. And then one interesting thing happened was a United Nations commander came, and he was very curious as to learn what the students were doing. And he actually tried our game, and he said it was great and it was interactive. And we never tried to, sell him our game, but he was saying, I wish we could have something like this in other places as well. So when people experience these games themselves in person, they are hugely impressed and greatly satisfied. So I think space itself is not so important. I think you have to have really fun, interesting stories that people can experience in that space. Then just a very boring space can become a really interesting space. People are able to explore the various spaces within the city. So here you can see a video of people experiencing the different spaces, and 53,000 people actually enjoyed our contents for a period of about 30 days. And they were able to experience all of these contents. And in the city, we only think about walking because the space is the start. But, there's many different ways you can enjoy a city. There are cars, there are bicycles. So if you look at National Treasure, Da Vinci Code, these movies, they actually travel between cities and travel between countries. Why can't we have that kind of system? So if you see a video here of people traveling to different cities, or they're actually driving within the city and experiencing different spaces. So through this, you can actually make a lot of the contents that you consume into contents that you actually experience. And from next week at Seongsu, we have an event going on. So here you can see this is a city companies that run their business based on cities. And so in Seongsu, there's going to be a big festival surrounding the contents of the city. So we really think that contents can define the urban space and make the urban space really interesting. So we really feel that contents narrative can redefine the city. And so we are working hard to transform this area of Seoul called Seongsu. And I'm going to now try to wrap up my presentation. I can see that the people sitting up front are a little bit older than the people who are sitting in the back. So I was born in the era of analog and there was no internet, but now I cannot live without the internet. So I am a digital generation. But the MZ generation, so people in their 30s, maybe early 40s, Alpha generation, they were born in the era of digital transformation. They are digital natives. So for people who are born in the digital generation, the offline environment is a very unique new space for them. And so we have a lot of these offline space being utilized. So the MZ plus Alpha generation, they account for 70% of the population. They're not special. They are the majority. They want unique experiences, unique spaces. So when you're home, when you're thinking about what to eat, you're looking at delivery apps. When you want to watch something, you look at OTT apps. But when you think about what do I do on the weekend, what do I do during my summer vacation, what comes to your mind? I'm sure you can't really think of anything. So in terms of experience, everyone wants something, but there is nothing that stands out. So I think that in the future, we have seen in the past few years the sort of like crowd experience or party experience has actually grown. So we see a lot of experiences that can accommodate a lot of people. So city can become a playground, a playable space. So when you go abroad, I talked about the movie National Treasure. So you're not just going to the museum just to look at artifacts. You can actually go and experience the space. Adults, children, all want that. So all of the fields that we know will become playable, can become playable. So if you look at people who are going abroad or in the area of activities, you can see there's a lot of people, and people really want new experiences. There's a huge demand, but there are no suppliers. So I believe that how fast, how interesting the experiences we provide, that will determine sort of the urban space in our cities. So Samsung Electronics in CES 2020 said that the next 10 years will be the age of experience. So technology and our reality converges to create new ways of communication and play.
So this is what William Shakespeare said, all the world's a stage and all of the men and women are merely players. I believe our city is a great stage to play and that we can all become players and you can create that play or that game. So playable city and embracing and humanizing city, I believe will all help us to create a dynamic city.
네, 고맙습니다. 송인영 대표님
Thank you very much, Mr. Song. If you can join us on the stage for the panel discussion. So he introduced how we can build a playable city through both off and online experiences. The theme of this forum is Humanizing Cities, and we are taking a different perspective joined by our speakers on how we can build a humanizing city. I would like to thank once again all our speakers for their presentations, and I would like to ask you to give them a big hand. We began with the keynote session that was followed by the first session and then the second session. And we took a look at the city of today and also the cities of tomorrow. And the overarching theme is humanizing cities. I believe that through the panel discussion session, we will be able to take a look at this topic more in depth. We will also make use of the panel discussion session to discuss issues or points that we want to explore further that was raised during the presentation session. I am especially grateful that we can have this forum offline and online thanks to the post-COVID era that has recently opened up. Now I would like to invite our panelists to the stage. Please welcome them with a big hand. Professor Yoon Hae-kyung is our moderator. Please join us on the stage. Mr. Thomas Heatherwick, Mr. Shigeru Ban, and So-hyun Choi, Darun Lee, In-gyu Choi, Mi-jin Yoon, In-hyuk Song. Please join us on the stage. We are a little bit behind schedule, but I hope that you can stay with us until the end to think about more in depth about the cities that we hope to build for tomorrow. All our panelists have joined us on the stage. Now I would like to introduce our moderator, Professor Yoon Hae-kyung. She is a research professor at Yonsei University. I will now turn over the mic to the moderator, Professor Yoon Hae-kyung. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. As introduced, I am Yoon Hae-kyung. We had the keynote session and sessions 1 and 2, and we have been talking about the importance of humanizing cities, and we have heard about how humanizing cities and the architecture in humanizing cities are important. Seoul City has been making efforts since about 15 years ago to build livable, enjoyable, walkable cities. Since the Industrial Revolution, I think the focus was on what, and this pertains to the physical infrastructure and the physical environment, and the urban landscape developed based on the what. Now we are more focused on well-being and human rights, and this is leading us toward developing a new paradigm of human-centered development and humanism in cities. The Seoul City has carried out many initiatives. One example is the DDP. DDP is now a landmark of Seoul because primarily of its attractive physical infrastructure. Last week, I went to DDP and I realized that it has emerged as a true cultural space. There were so many people there that I could barely walk. And I think that these spaces, they gain importance over time and their value increases over time. So during this panel discussion, I want to move away from the topic of session 1 and session 2. I would rather want to focus our discussion on the efforts that are being made by the Seoul metropolitan government in building a city that is inclusive. I want to talk about the role of design, design solutions, and design strategies to create a city that caters more to the city's vulnerable. I hope to gain insight from our speakers so that the Seoul city has more insight in developing a city that is more inclusive to the vulnerable. And with that, I want to start the panel discussion. We are behind schedule, so I had to edit my own comments. But I think that we still need to break the ice a bit. I have a question for 3 of our foreign speakers. I would like to ask you what your first impression was of Seoul was. So Seoul is blank. So give us a very brief, one-sentence description of your first impression of Seoul. So Mr. Heatherwick, do you want to go first? So in one sentence, your impression of Seoul. So we will start with Mr. Heatherwick.
Seoul is a passionate mishmash. Can anyone translate mishmash into Korean?
Oh.
a mixing of a place with contradictions and paradoxes and full of potential.
네, 여러분 잘 이해하셨죠? 약간 뒤죽박죽이라는 것이
He mentioned mishmash. I think it's rather surprising and rather pleasant.
대표님께서는 어떻게 생각하셨는지요?
Mr. Ban?
It's difficult to say one sentence, but let me compare between Seoul and Tokyo. I think the Seoul has a more interesting building than Tokyo because of the characteristic of the leader of the companies. In Japan, the most of leader is just a salaryman. They don't want to take any risk to design something special for their only a 4-year period. But in the Seoul, in Korea, there's many leader, family oriented, or they have a strong leadership to make something very different, identical.
네, 감사합니다.
Thank you very much, Dean Mi-jin Yoon. So, your impression of Korea, Seoul, in one sentence?
Yeah, maybe I would say Seoul always feels like it's searching for the new. It's always under transformation.
굉장히 진지하신 말씀을 해주셨는데요. 저는 여러분한테
Yes, I would like to say that Seoul is serious, but not that serious. And I hope that is how we can proceed with our panel discussions. Thank you for your feedback.
새로운 매력으로 다가갈 수 있는 시사점이 될 수 있으리라고 생각합니다.
I hope that the Seoul Metropolitan Government also appreciates your feedback as well. Now I would like to move on to the questions for our panelists. I would like to focus my questions on the topic of the competitiveness Seoul has as a design city. I will ask the first question to Mr. Heatherwick.
그 세션과 연장선상에서 상에서 말씀해 주셨으면 하고요.
I hope that we can link this question back to some of what was discussed during the sessions. My question is, advanced cities are promoting policies to strengthen their identity, image, and competitiveness through the design city concept. What do you think is Seoul's competitiveness as a design city?
I think that Korea is in an amazing place at the moment because everyone's eyes are looking at Korea, and Seoul is a powerful capital of South Korea, and in a way, Korea has been in the shadow behind Japan and behind China for a long time, and there was a strong definition of what Japanese culture sort of was, the history bit and the modernity bit, and China had a very strong story of it. And I think the world is very curious because Korea seems to have a different story that hasn't been told and then isn't stuck in the past. It has incredible past, but it isn't stuck in it. And it feels like it's jumping out of its past at you. And that hunger, and that it's not just in music, but it's in drama and film. They were talking about K-perfume the other day in an article I was reading. Everyone loves to stick K at the beginning. So you own everything. Just stick a K at the beginning and you're dominating the world. And so I think that the opportunity is that you're not stuck in a straitjacket, and there's just a positivity and optimism which I hope can stay, because I think there are a lot of challenges. In the West, in Europe, we talk a lot about all the crises: inequality crisis, environmental crisis, there's borrowing crisis, there's health crisis, and it's easy to become very gloomy and very negative with so many things when everyone calls everything a crisis, and it's like the time of crisis. But it feels like I feel that there's a joy that you need to get through crises, and it feels that I see a kind of joy at the same time as understanding the challenges that we have here.
감사합니다. 지금 말씀해 주신 것이 참
So, what you just said is something that I haven't thought about. Thank you for your insight, because when we think about crisis, we only think of negative things. But with crisis, we also need to overcome crisis with joy, and maybe those things or factors can help us to enhance the competitiveness of Seoul. And Seoul Design 2.0, as we realize this, I'm sure that your insight will be very helpful. And next, I would like to ask Mr. Ban to answer the question.
디자인 도시 전략에서
Oh, I'm sorry.
So,
I have to ask you yes, different question. 네, 죄송합니다.
I apologize. I have to ask you a different question.
시민의 삶의 질과
So, with regard to design city strategy regarding citizens' quality of life, is there anything that you consider particularly important?
it's also related to your first question to Thomas, that it's not only problem of the soul. It's not problem. It's something you have to be careful. It's not only about soul. There is a difference between uniqueness and unusualness. There are so many unusual buildings which you can get bored very easily because it's very superficial. But unique design, unique building, this quality continue. You don't get bored. So you have to be careful what is really unique, what is just unusual. That's all.
다시 조금 더 부연 설명을 부탁드리면
So
특이한 것에
you talked about there's a difference between uniqueness and something that is unusual. But how does that difference affect the quality of life of people in the city?
Because the making just unusual things are just wasted. Because after 20 years, you're going to destroy it. Because nobody love it.
네, 알겠습니다.
Thank you very much. Now I have a question for Mi Jin Yoon.
You know, someone who was born in Seoul but raised abroad, looking back at Seoul, I think historically I always sensed that there was a kind of maybe not inferiority complex seems wrong, but there was a concern, maybe an over-exaggerated maybe concern. And as a professor, I have taught many Korean students who came from Korea, and there is such incredible talent and intelligence. And so maybe I would just say that there is a maturing that's happening and a kind of recognition of the kind of homegrown talent and insight that is very, very powerful, which we saw today. So I think the vision of Seoul design will come from this generation and the next generation of designers here.
네, 감사합니다.
Thank you very much. I realize much of the audience is from the younger generation. I think that was a very hopeful and encouraging message to the younger people in the audience. I have a question for Mr. Choi In-gyu.
효과를 어떻게 보시는지
Actually, Choi So-hyun. So what do you think of the economic impact
어렵습니다.
that comes from creating humanizing cities?
라이프 스타일도 어렵고 디자인 경쟁력도
Lifestyle, design competitiveness are very difficult, and creating economic impact is all the more difficult. I don't think that you can gain design competitiveness because you have a few buildings from famous architects. I think that you have to be able to see the identity of the citizens of that city. I think if you want to have design competitiveness, there are invisible elements as well. So you need to have strong hardware, software, and humanware, and all of these needs to come together to create the city's identity in order for the city to have design competitiveness. So there are a lot of different elements, but I think that the city has to have a strong identity, and citizens living in a city with a strong identity can actually create and put out elements in the city that can enhance the city's competitiveness and create economic value. When it comes to the economic value of a city, I think that you can calculate the ROI immediately, but then there are the short-term and long-term economic value of a city as well. So as I mentioned earlier, given a city's history, I think that cities need to have a clear identity, and they must have a clear direction in how they are cultivating that identity. And I think that if a city is doing that, then a lot of people will take interest in the city, and that will lead to short-term or long-term economic value or impact. It was actually a very difficult question, but I think that you answered very eloquently, so thank you very much. So you were talking about how cities live on and how they must have an identity, and I think that that ties in with the creativity that Mr. Ban mentioned earlier. Now I have a question for Mr. Choi In-gyu.
경쟁력과 시민의 삶의 질을 향상시키는
In order to enhance the quality of life and to enhance design of Seoul, you are exerting a lot of effort. So what are some of the key challenges you face in this process?
사실은 여러분들 삶 자체가 다 어렵기 때문에
I think everybody has difficulties and struggles in their lives, and
저는 사실은
the same goes for me as well. I think that a lot of citizens feel a difficulty in working in the city. If you look at this from the city perspective, I think we need to analyze this. We need to understand the pain points, and we need to marry this with the solutions. Sometimes we have experts come in and their thoughts don't really match the citizens' thinking. And sometimes the decision makers' thoughts don't match either the experts or the citizens. So I think that what we need to do is to talk with citizens and also persuade citizens and decision makers based on the insight that we gain from experts. So you're saying that we can collaborate more with citizens by creating humanizing cities, is that it? I don't mean to be political, but I think that we collect the ideas and opinions of citizens, and we try to do so in diverse ways. But because we cannot hear everybody's opinions and thoughts, we are doing our best to collect as much opinion and thoughts of challenge is to decide on the potential benefits or detriments of a particular strategy or initiative. And design policies, I think, require the participation of citizens, and we need balanced thoughts and opinions exchanged among experts and decision makers and citizens. Now, I would like to move on to the second topic, which I mentioned earlier, about creating an inclusive city that accompanies and accommodates the vulnerable. I would like to ask the insight of our panelists. I would like to ask Mr. Lee and Mr. Song the same question. As I mentioned, the city of Seoul is trying to build an inclusive city. So, Mr. Lee and Mr. Song, what do you think are some of the key initiatives that Seoul needs to pursue in order to build an inclusive city that accommodates for the vulnerable?
I think there are a lot of different elements. Of course, universal design is something that we can think about. It's about design for everyone. But one example I would like to give you is, why don't we look at the streets? On the streets, you will meet people. When I was growing up, when I was a child, in our neighborhoods, there used to be very large trees, and there would be elderly people there, or there were mothers there waiting for their kids, or depending on the time of the day, some kids would play there. So depending on the time of the day, there would be different people interacting. So you need that sort of space where people can meet, but we don't have that space. It's hard to create these large parks in the cities. So I was thinking maybe that even if we have a small space, we could put in a lot of contents in that small space. So one example might be, I think one of those examples could be a public facility. So if you think about it, I think children, dogs, the elderly, and I think Thomas said that, public spaces can be like a reef. And so I think these public spaces should be where people come out and take a break, interact. And, it actually helps to keep the neighborhoods more safe because people are out on the streets. So they could be spaces where people come to relax and could be warm and inviting spaces. So, Mr. Song? Yeah, I hope everyone can hear me. Have you ever played like treasure hunt? So young people, elderly people, they all understand how to play this game. In November, there's going to be the world's largest treasure hunt that's trying to break the record for Guinness World Book of Records. And so you might think that it's very fun. It's something that we're actually doing right now. So when we talk about inclusive, we have to think about who we are going to design for, or who we are going to design that experience for. When we were young, there were a lot of games or experiences that we played that we can still enjoy in new ways because of technology. So even if you don't necessarily force this inclusiveness onto people. If it's fun and interesting, people will join you. So for example, when you get into an elevator, when you reach your floor, it makes a little ringing sound. But that was originally for the visually impaired people. But even if you're not visually impaired, you appreciate that sound. And I think that when everyone can enjoy the benefits of such a feature or such a design, it really works for all. If you look at our stories, sometimes we talk to the visually impaired people through sign language, and that's part of our game. You have to talk to them in sign language. And they have hearing impairment, so we use sign language to talk to them. And those people with hearing disabilities, they can actually interact with other people, and they understand that their impairment is no longer a problem for them. They are still able to interact with other people. So everyone can have fun and everyone can be a star. So I think we have to create that sort of content. And then maybe we can develop campaigns where everyone can join in these initiatives. Then I think that will create an inclusive city.
Just as you mentioned, if you look at the role of design in terms of inclusiveness, we can resolve the issue through physical infrastructure or through other means. If you look at our society, there is an emphasis on humanism. And so in the past, it was all about erecting physical systems or physical facilities to allow for the vulnerable. But perhaps now we can move beyond sort of the physical structures and employ these non-physical programs and initiatives, as you mentioned. And inclusiveness, I think, innately means togetherness. And we have to raise awareness in order to promote togetherness and inclusiveness. So we need to raise awareness, I think, is the point that I want to make. Next, I would like to ask Mr. Ban. Could you briefly introduce examples of any projects that have supported the underprivileged?
You are talking about the current project for the underprivileged?
Yes.
Actually, I showed many projects in my lecture.
Newest one.
Huh? New one?
Yes.
But the one of the biggest one is I'm designing hospital in Ukraine, in Kimber.
Okay.
But that is not for underprivileged. But the before the war is finished, this emergency hospital is really necessary immediately.
Yeah.
So that I'm not just designing, but I'm also helping from the fundraising. But it's not only that. As I said, I go to the Marrakesh in Morocco next week. And, there are so many projects everywhere. Now we had big flooding in the Libya also, everywhere. Hawaii. There are so many projects we have to deal with.
Yes.
I think it's not for only architects. Everyone, even students, have opportunity to do this.
네, 감사합니다. 예, 말씀 들으신 바와 같이
Thank you very much. As Mr. Ban mentioned, catering and accommodating and helping the underprivileged is actually something that we can do in our daily lives. Now I have a question for Mi-jin Yoon. You have carried out many public projects that are forward-looking and based on experiential values. Could you please introduce examples of public projects that you would like to implement for the citizens of Seoul?
Usually I'm not at a loss for words. I would welcome any opportunity to think about places and spaces in Seoul. I can't concoct one out of thin air, but maybe I would say I think really to succeed in designing an inclusive city, and I mentioned this in my talk, the public has to be brought into the design process. And I think historically in the field of architecture, less so in planning, but in the field of architecture, engagement has been seen as something in which you need to convince the public of the project. And I guess maybe in recent experiences, I've learned so much from the public. And I think to design in a way that humanizes the city, as designers, you have to be really humble in order to create something very, as Shigeru Ban said, unique. And so I would be happy to be humbled to think about some design challenges in Seoul.
네, 감사합니다.
Thank you
비록
very
그
much.
프로젝트를 소개해 주시지는 않았지만
She did not
프로젝트를
introduce a
진행하는
specific
디자이너나
project, but she
건축가의
did
태도와
give us advice
시민의
on the
참여 태도에
outlook
대해서
and the
말씀해
attitude or the
주셔서 많은 도움이
perspective
되는
perhaps
것이라고
that
생각합니다.
designers should have in building inclusive cities. Mr. Che, I would like to apologize. Actually, Ms. Che, I apologize that I am really speeding up here. Could you share with us any examples that you might have?
도시나 개인이나 기업이나 모두 다 그 매력
I think cities, individuals, and corporations all have attractiveness that is invisible to the naked eye. So if you look at Stockholm or Copenhagen or cities like that, although I love Seoul, if I were to take examples of other cities, I think that the public and private have very clearly defined roles, and everybody is fulfilling their roles. And I think that the greatest work in urban spaces come together when public and private come together. As Professor Yoon mentioned, collaboration, discussion, and communication is very important. I think that designers alone, they cannot do anything. So we need to form a consensus, and we need to reflect this into the space. And when that is well done, I think we can build attractive and appealing spaces. My last question is to Mr. Heatherwick. What is the role of design in creating an attractive city design, and what examples can be applied to the future city of Seoul?
My father said to me once to be very careful of conferences because everyone loves to talk, and everyone has a talk, and we all talk, and companies send their employees to conferences, and they all sort of sit and listen because their boss told them to, and then they go home. Everyone goes home, and everyone feels good that they went to a conference and talked about something, but nothing actually happens. But I'm aware that in Seoul city government, there are some really proactive, ambitious leaders who want to make a difference. And so just to be fruity, I want to suggest something that they must do. Because we've been talking about the common good, and we've been talking about the human right of public space. And I do think that we have had an abandonment of public space, of buildings, really supporting our mental health. We've had a kind of weird cultural revolution that has happened over the last century. In China, Mao burnt the books and destroyed temples, but we have actually stripped buildings of their culture. Buildings used to tell us about the place. They used to tell us about our beliefs. The designers of buildings used to write their name on the building. The people who gave permission wrote their name on the building as well. People were proud. And in the research we were doing, I'd like to propose, just for argument's sake, that Seoul is the first city in the world to actually make a humanized mandate. And that mandate, in my talk, I spoke about city distance, street distance, and door distance. And in our experience, cities do have strategies for how buildings sit within the broader city. They do have strategies about how buildings can fit on a street and their impact at street level, but they don't have, there's nothing about actually the emotional part, which is the first 2 floors at door distance and how people can feel. And so that's why, as I mentioned, we have buildings that are takers, they're not givers. And if every new building that is on any public space, any street whatsoever, had a mandate that the first 1 or 2 floors, there has to be a strong justification of what it's giving. Too much time is spent talking about how good it is for the people inside the building. And if we said we're not going to do what has happened in the last century, which is culture was stripped off buildings, and then instead we had to always put a piece of art in front, that got called the turd in the plaza, where you have sort of no culture, then you say it's all in the art, it's all art. But if we actually mandated that developers and designers and communities work together to make the first floor, the part which is where your emotion is most as you go past it, have to tell a story or say something. That the head planner of Singapore was saying that buildings don't tell stories anymore. And that is true. 99% of buildings don't tell anything anymore, don't tell us anything about our humanity. And what's become clear is this isn't some weird arty luxury. It's actually essential for societal mental health and creating a real long-lasting common good and a bond. So if I had a glove, I'd throw it down and say, can Seoul be the first city to take all its creativity that's happening here and actually demand that there is a story for every building? It doesn't have to mean the whole building. It doesn't mean being unusual for unusual's sake. It just means the act of every proposal for a building has to talk about how is it giving to someone who never will go inside that building. And that's not about vanity. That's not about people showing off. That's about sharing a culture together. So, I would love to see cities really assessing at that most emotional level the part you can touch. It's not about doors, it's about those materials and what it gives you. And that could be so many different things, and none of us can think of what that should be because it should be massively diverse. But that's affordable as well. It's not saying every building should be like an opera house, every building should be some crazy massive luxury library, but every humble building, every building, just what are you giving? And there must be something, some story, some touch that is putting a cultural revolution, but culture back in to buildings and not relying on artworks in front of buildings as a compensation for lack of imagination, lack of confidence to actually make our buildings say something about who we are and what we do. I'm trying to think of if my dad would be happy with what I've just said.
Mm-hmm.
You can say yes. You're going to do it?
굉장히 길게 말씀해 주셨는데 빠져들어.
I was immersed in your comments, and so if I were to attempt to summarize, You talked about how buildings can support human rights and how buildings should support the mental health of people. And you were talking about how we need to bring back culture into the buildings. And you talked about the role of design in doing that, in buildings telling a story. I think that buildings also, you mentioned, talked about how culture should be applied, especially to the first and second floors, so that they can give something even to the passerby, and perhaps that is an ideal future of the city. I'm sure your father will be very happy with your comments. Next, I have a question for Mr. Choi. I'm really racing through the questions. Mr. Choi, you are the mastermind behind the Design Seoul 2.0, which is the master plan of Seoul City Design, and you are implementing this strategy. Do you have any particular ambitious project that you would like to share with the citizens of Seoul? I talked about design principles and design strategies and the 15 design keywords during my presentation. And I didn't go through each of the principles one by one in each of the projects, but I wanted to share with you the fact that our mission is to employ these different principles and elements so that you may find them in bits and parts and nooks and crannies of the city. And as I mentioned earlier, we want to build a safe and enjoyable city, and we would like to make use of the mountains in Seoul. A few days ago, we announced the new subway routes of Seoul, and this was covered extensively by the media. I'm sure that you will find these new subway routes more convenient, and in terms of design, I think that the citizens will be satisfied as well. And I think that this is an example of citizens coming across enjoyable design. Yes, I did see the new subway routes. I thought the color coordination was excellent. It was very comfortable to the eye, and I think that it would also be helpful to the visually impaired as well. And I thought that the information was quite intuitive. The design was quite intuitive, so I was able to absorb the information regarding the subway routes very easily. And we now have questions we have received in advance from participants. So, Mr. Heatherwick, this is a question by a professor. If we were to divide the process of design into 3 phases, it would be visceral, behavioral, and reflective. So, when you are implementing a design project, how do you approach these 3 phases, the visceral, the behavioral, and the reflective?
I think he's describing, or she is describing, their own process.
Yes, yes.
With the studio, with our teams, we start by researching as much as we possibly can and trying to give ourselves permission to not have any ideas, but just try and hunt down what the real question is we should be asking ourselves. Because normally you're asked a question, but the real question is, what's the right question to ask yourself? And so what I mean by that is, for example, when we were asked to do the Olympic flame for London in 2012, we were asked to put the Olympic flame on the roof of the stadium, and we were asked to have no moving parts. But when we thought about the problem we were being asked to do, we realized that the problem was the wrong problem, because actually the head of the Olympic ceremony wanted the ceremony and to be very much connected with the public and not just a grand gesture for the world. And so we realized it needed to be on the ground. But then also, when they said no moving parts, we realized that expressed their fear. It wasn't actually something we had to do, because when we did our research, we realized that the Olympic flame in Australia was moving and it got stuck for 2 minutes. And so we realized they didn't mean have no moving parts. What they really meant was make sure it doesn't go wrong. And so we didn't put our cauldron on the roof. We put it in the center of the stadium because in a circular stadium with a circular pitch and a circular track and circular car parks around the outside, the most important place was the center, and you could be smallest there and have most impact. But our cauldron had 1,000 moving parts, the most moving parts in history of all Olympic cauldrons. And that was because of thinking of what did they really want underneath what they said they wanted. But the other part was, we find in our process, is always trying to put yourself in other people's shoes. I feel like too often designers think it's all about their perspective and their own shoes. And any projects that the studio has done that have been successful, it's because we have imagined, you're using your imagination not to have a great idea, you're actually using your imagination to imagine the feelings of other people and trying to step out of your body and look with objective eyes, but about emotion. And so that process is really important. And so I think it's really interesting how you involve communities when you're designing buildings and places, because people need to feel ownership of places. And so the quality of that conversation, not being, as one of the speakers just mentioned earlier, not being twisting the arm of the community, but actually, if you're going to speak to people, you've actually got to be listening, not telling. But even if you don't manage to speak to them, sometimes your projects are on very fast timescales. It's still the mindset of, are you putting yourself in the shoes of other people and imagining their feelings about what you do? And construction has become a very intellectualized thing, and my hope is that it becomes an emotional driven thing in balance with intellect and in the emotion of users. It's just like final thing I'll just say was that in the UK there was a debate in the designers of sort of architectural community. There was this big dinner at a London club where they debated whether the opinions of the public matter. And so they had a nice dinner and they debated, does it matter what the public think? And at the end they took a vote and they said that the opinions of the public don't matter, which is astonishing. How can they not matter? And that showed the big problem that I think exists in a lot of the construction industry, is not actually being excited by feelings of others and interested and believing that people are intelligent and they don't just want you to copy old buildings. They like interesting places. They like to learn about things. But you have to believe the best in other people. And I think for too long, the world of designing buildings has not believed the best of other people, but has believed that they are ignorant, which is madness.
네, 너무 또 다른 감동적인.
So thank you once again for another yet moving answer. So you have to look at the situation or imagine the situation from the other person's shoes. And you did not use the word inclusion or attractiveness, but, studying, researching, exploring, trying to understand what the other person is thinking and feeling, I think will naturally help us to create an inclusive and attractive city. So thank you once again for your insight. So we don't have any more time to ask questions, so we're going to conclude the panel discussion. So through today's forum, we were able to hear from world-renowned experts. We talked about what is the role of design And at the same time, we looked at the design policy of Seoul. Seoul is trying to create an attractive, inclusive city. I believe that we see the Industrial Revolution 4.0 taking place, and change is inevitable, so we must change as well. So we need to become more mature, and it's not just measuring our performance. I think we have to focus on values. And as Thomas mentioned, we have to think about other people, what they're thinking and feeling, and try to enhance the quality of life of other people. Then I think that will help us to increase the quality of all people living in Seoul. And this inevitably will help Seoul to become a competitive global city. And through Seoul Design 2.0, I think that Seoul will become a successful global city. So Seoul will not just become a very serious, heavy city, but it will become a very invigorated, lively city that takes into consideration the emotions of the citizens of Seoul. I feel that Seoul is a truly beautiful city. There are mountains, there are creeks, and I hope that this will coexist in harmony with the citizens of Seoul City. And I hope that this will help make Seoul a better place to live. I hope that this will help to make Seoul an attractive city where people are happy, where they want to live and work. And with that, we would like to conclude today's forum. But last of all, is this something that should be left up to experts and Seoul City? We need the participation of citizens. That is a must. And so I would like to ask for your active interest and participation. And furthermore, I would like to thank the participants who are joining online and offline. And with this, I would like to conclude today's forum. Thank you.
네, 고맙습니다.
Thank you very much. I would like to thank Professor Yoon, who served as moderator one more time. And I would also like to thank all our panelists. It's a shame that we do not have more time. I hope that this forum was enjoyable. We do have questions and comments that we received about this forum and also about the exhibition in the square. We will utilize the website of this forum to share the feedback that we received. As our moderator mentioned earlier, we hope that our citizens will continue to take interest and take part in Seoul City realizing its vision and strategy for Design City 2.0. We have a survey about the forum on YouTube, so please give us your feedback, and this will help us come back with a better forum next year. And with that, I would like to conclude the Seoul Design International Forum 2023. Thank you very much. Good evening.
네, 수고 많으셨습니다. 잠시 안내 말씀드리겠습니다. 이 토마스 헤더윅, 반 시게루 그리고 윤미진 연사님과 현장 이벤트에